Okay, let's get started. Good evening, everyone. This is Lori Charlton. It's March 20th, 2024. I want to welcome everyone to the Board of Finance budget hearing. I'll call the meeting to order and ask that we all please rise. Mr. Mottola, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, thank you. To the members of the public, this is the fourth of a series of Board of Finance budget hearings that will continue throughout the month of March. On April 3rd, we will vote on the budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025, and then it moves to the RTM for their consideration. We welcome and encourage community participation in the process. Residents are encouraged to send comments and questions before or after the meetings to bof@fairfieldct.org. And if you write to the board, please include your name and address for the record. Residents may also provide live public comment at each meeting for budget topics that are on that evening's agenda. Live comment will be called for at the beginning of each hearing for members of the public, whether attending in person or via WebEx. We ask that comments be limited to 3 minutes per person. If you are on the WebEx this evening and you want to provide public comment on any of the departments listed on tonight's agenda, please put your name in the chat box now and you'll be recognized shortly. There will also be a public budget hearing on Saturday morning, March 30th, 9:30 a.m. at Fairfield Ward High School. That is an in-person meeting only. Residents are encouraged to attend and share their input on any part of the budget or the overall budget during that session. Okay, so with that, we are going to move to item 3, discussion on the following budgets. There are a series of departments listed on the agenda, including the town clerk, the tax assessor, and departments within public safety, police and fire. For members of the public who are following along, throughout the discussion, we'll be referring to the budget book that is posted online, starting on page 30 of the materials for tonight's meeting. When referencing page numbers on the budget book itself, I'll refer to the page numbers that are printed on the document, not the PDF page numbers. The printed page numbers are on the top right corner of each page of the budget book, which again begins on page 30 of tonight's materials. Okay, so with that, do we have any public comment? Okay, I see in the room. And I see nothing on WebEx. All right, so we will jump right into the agenda. So the first item, the first department we're going to review is the town clerk, Department 1030. That begins on page 42 of the budget book. We'll start with revenue. And I want to welcome our town clerk, Betsy Brown, who will take us through this budget. Welcome, Ms. Brown.
Good evening. You're throwing me off a little bit.
Well, it's better for TV because if you sit there, we just see the backs. So we've changed things around.
Do you want to start with expenditures or revenues?
If we can start with revenue, that would be great. Thank you.
Well, as you know, the revenue drivers for my budget are the recording fees, conveyance tax, and certified copies. As of close of business yesterday, conveyance tax is at $1,551,888. That says it's not in your materials. I just did it as of close of business yesterday. $1,551,888. And this year's budget estimate for conveyance tax is $2,150,000. So I'm cautiously optimistic that I'm going to hit budget this year. It just depends on the, spring market.
And Betsy, did you base your fiscal 25 budget on activity that's consistent with fiscal 24?
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, recording fees are down. There's been slow activity in the refi market. But the bright spot is my certified copy revenue has increased substantially. People are using our land records system at the office and also at home where they can print, or their office. And also we have an electronic death registry, which our funeral homes take advantage of and get certified copies of the death certificates in our office as opposed to going to other towns.
Go ahead, Jen.
Thank you. Are there any questions on revenue, Mr. Mottola?
So for this fiscal year, do you think you're going to hit your recording fee number, or do you think that, no way, right? Because you're at 124, I think, right now, something like that.
Get the supplemental recording information that was sent out. It's at 124,000 right now.
So that's going to be down this year.
Yeah, and I've also stated that in the information you received during quarterly reviews.
Yeah, I remember that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions on revenue? Mr. Testani?
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Betsy. So just to sort of dovetail off of John's a little bit, the fiscal year actual for 23 was 221. And where do you think realistically, I understand it's probably hard to guesstimate right now, but so the budget was 330, right? So it sounds like maybe it's ticked up a little bit. Am I wrong with that?
It started, however, I don't think we're really going to see a rebound until next fiscal year. It depends what they do with the rates.
Okay, so the fiscal year budget was for 24 was 330, and you're going to wind up at, what would you say? Well, I know it's kind of, I'm not trying to hold your feet to the fire,
Yep.
just to get an idea, because it's a pretty substantial decrease in revenue.
What I sent to the board for the quarterly review was 200,000. Yeah. And that's down 130,000.
I'm sure you've explained this to us before, but just remind me, if you don't mind, the town low SIP line, the 42317, the decrease there.
That piggybacks off of the recording fees. There's a portion that's retained by the town. Every time we get a recording, it's $60, and basically $36 goes to the state. Then some goes to historic preservation. Yeah, I think we wind up with a few bucks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Betsy. Any other questions on revenue? Okay, we can flip over to expenses on page 43. Any highlights there?
My overall budget has decreased. I have a new assistant town clerk who started at, step one. So there's a savings in the personal services lines. Everything
Okay.
else is pretty much status quo.
Okay, and then you just have that flip between line items there. Can you just explain, you just want to cover that quickly? You pulled some funding out of printing and it went up into IT?
Yes, there was a $40,000 transfer, which is a new line item for the technology line. And that's basically everything that's in the town vault. It's the land records, vital records, maps, any type of liens. It's basically any recording over the counter, electronic recording. Everything has to be printed, microfilmed, and it's also scanned. And it's also for printing of ballots, the actual books, the archival paper, all of that.
Okay. Any questions from the board on this budget?
Just real quick, Laura, the overtime earnings were from what exactly? Tell me now.
That's if we have extra hours for absentee ballots.
Okay, okay. Got it.
Yeah, it's basically with the elections.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Testani. Any other questions on this budget? Okay. Well,
you.
come with a flat budget and it's pretty easy, I guess, Betsy. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll move on to Department 3050, which is the tax assessor. That is on page 113 of the budget book. And I want to welcome our assessor, Ross Murray, to present this budget.
All right, I won't speak about revenue because I don't really have any anymore. We used to get some from copies and field cards, but that's pretty much dried up in the last couple of years. I'll hit the highlights of my budget. I'll point out that on IT software, that looks like a 47+% increase, but that's actually due to a reclassification of our near map subscription service that was originally under fees and professional services. And that's an $18,000 reclassification. So that moved up there. And the rest of that is just some minor increases. The other large item is our fees and professional services, and that is up due to the reval that's coming in 2025. And that's to pay for a better portion of that reval, which will occur before the end of fiscal year 25.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board on this budget? Mr. Mottola?
Okay, thank you. In your budget summary, you talk about the reval, and so most of the expense for that's going to be in 25, right?
That's correct. We anticipate incurring some this year. We're hoping to get started
Right.
this fiscal year. So we budgeted a small amount this year. The reval won't finish until we sign the grant list for the 25 grant list year, which would be January of 26. So a bulk of it will happen through fiscal year 25 and then spill into fiscal year 26.
Okay. And just real quickly, you're in the process of now doing a RFP to get a company to do this, correct?
Yes, the RFP was issued, it's closed, and we have the proposals in, but we have not gotten any further on that.
Okay. All right. So you'll know in the next month or so who you're going to use.
Well, hopefully, yes.
Okay. That's all. Thank you. Your summary was really good. It really answered any questions I would have.
Thank you, Mr. Mottola. Mr. Testani?
Yeah, just want to follow up on that. So Ross, hi, how are you? Good to see you again. The system, it was 5 years ago, right? It was the last reval?
Yes.
And I can't think of the name of the company, but it's in my head. Can you remind me who won it last time, the award?
Right, the 2020 reval was Municipal Valuation Services.
And it's mostly computer, right?
They're all statistical. So every reval is done based on statistics. The difference is once every 10 years, you have to verify your data on your field card. And that's what we're doing this time.
Okay, so it's a physical, that's the difference between this coming reval and what we did 5 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. And is that reflected in the budget? Like, I can't remember what it was 5 years ago for that reval, but this must be more, right?
Yes,
Do you have an idea of how much more roughly between what it would have been if we could have done just a standard reval with the computer? It's in my head what the name, it's almost like a CAD/CAM system.
It's called CAMA. computer-aided mass appraisal, right?
Right, yeah.
So again, they're all done the same way. The analyzing of the data is all the same, and the sales analysis. Just the difference is you're just verifying that data, and that does take additional manpower to visit the homes and.
But you don't do you have an idea of how much more? I'm just curious.
I don't know how much a standard reval costs, a statistical, for lack of a better term, versus a full, but it's probably 2/3 more.
Okay, so when you say 2/3 more, so how did you arrive at this budget? Did you take the reval from 5 years ago and add 2/3, or how did you, right? Because you have to factor in the statistical piece of this, right? The physical.
Yeah, I reached out to the reval companies and asked them for a budget number. And I did that 2 years ago for this current budget.
Okay, so when you say the reval companies, you asked them to include what it would be for the statistical part, which would be physically going.
No, I asked them how much would it be to do a full revaluation for the town.
Okay, and they gave you rough numbers.
Right,
And
they
then
gave
you went
me
out for bid.
numbers and, we use that as our estimate
For this budget.
for 24, yes, and 25.
Okay, and do you remember, I'm just curious, I seem to remember that initial reval from 5 years ago. I want to say the town was, I want to say, for lack of a better word, happy with what transpired there. Do you know offhand when that company was part of this bid process? Was it I think it was a success, wasn't it, 5 years ago? What'd you say?
I would say so. I mean, no reval is perfect. I mean, it's, we're valuing 21,500 properties all at once. So there's going to be things that can be better. It's just the nature of what it is. And I think it was fine.
So do you know offhand again, just curious, if they were part of this, the company that won it 5 years ago, part of this bid process?
Yes.
Oh, they were, okay.
I mean, I think I can tell you who bid. I don't know if I could read.
Yeah, I don't think you can get it.
Yeah, no, I just
We
was
don't-
curious, really. I was just wondered. Yeah, I didn't, yeah. All right, very good.
Great.
Thanks, Russ. Good to see you.
Thank you. Mr. Murray, can you just actually clarify how much is in the fees and professional services line for the reval? We have money in there every year. What is the breakout of the 481?
For the reval for fiscal year 25, we have 350,000.
Okay, and the remaining 130, what is that?
That is for personal property audits, our outside professionals for Superior Court appeals, a small amount for shredding, services for Marshall and Swift, which is a valuation guide, our motor vehicle pricing guides to value motor vehicles. We have some 10,000 for doing some work on our existing maps. And then two services. One is called Sketch Check. That will be done in conjunction with the MetroCog flyover this year, and that will take our sketch from within our camera system and overlay that onto the aerial that's probably happening this week and highlight any discrepancies. So, systematically, we'll be able to check the footprints of the houses and some of the larger outbuildings and patio features. And the last item is 30,000 for street level imagery. So we intend to have street level images done similar to a Google vehicle, where they will shoot multiple angles of the house as they go down the street. And that both of those aerials and the street will include LiDAR data, which allows you to measure from that. So desktop review is big, and it's becoming the new standard.
Thank you for that. How much, I guess, two-part follow-up question. How does the 130, the 130,000, that's for the non-reval items, compare to last year? And is there any part of that 130, the tools that you just mentioned or the services, or is that actually part of the revaluation versus normal activities of your department?
I don't have exactly what my budget was without reval for last year. I off the top of my head, the Superior Court Appeals has gone down because we've pretty much wrapped those up, and we've just wrapped up two of our larger cases in the last week or so. So that number is going down. And the street level images and the sketch check, yeah, that could be considered part of the reval.
Okay, so that's a one-time expense versus an ongoing expense then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Frank, would you be able to attach a comparative schedule of the fees and professional services line item to the Google Sheet for the board?
I'm actually doing that as we're speaking. So, yep.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the board? Mr. Stark?
The 2020 budget for the assessor's office was $880,000. And you actually only ended up spending $791,000. And now the budget request is 75% higher. That's obviously a lot more than inflation. Can you give us some sense of like the types and types of services you're buying that you maybe weren't buying 5 years ago?
Well, I think a bulk of that would be the revaluation. That's,
2020 was a reval year, wasn't it?
fiscal year 20.
Yeah.
That might have had a small portion of a reval in it. Most of that reval would have happened into
Right.
fiscal year 21.
Oh,
So it would have been
2021?
part of it.
In fiscal 21?
Right.
Mhm.
And if I remember correctly, the cost of that reval was in the $2.25 to $250 range. Other thing, I off the top of my head, what we've added since then, we've added the near map service, which is $18,000 a year. That provides us with aerial imagery twice a year. 18,000. And that's really, I think, other than the increases to our software, I don't believe there's been any other additions or significant changes.
Yeah, but you've had changes in raises. Your employees have gotten raises, right? And
Salaries.
salary
Yeah, I mean,
increases, obviously,
right.
right? The question I thought that Kevin was asking is Kevin, if I understood, 21, the total budget was 852 and now it's 1.2. So I think, there's been increase. We have the budget book in front of us, so it's kind of unfair that I don't know if you have that in front of you.
It's up a
Yeah, mine
lot.
goes back to 21.
Yeah, I think Mr. Stark made reference to fiscal 20, which I think would be the right comparison if you were looking at a reval year.
I would have to go back and
Yeah.
look to see what exactly was budgeted for the reval.
Okay, maybe you can, Frank, can you add that to the list and maybe get back to us on that?
Sure. Could you just repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So I think Mr. Stark asked for an analysis. He's looking at fiscal 21, which was the last reval year, and comparing it to fiscal 25, and there seems to be an outsized increase, even accounting for inflation and normal increases between those 2 years. I don't have the numbers in front of me. He said it was 70% or something like that. So maybe just an explanation of the drivers would be helpful.
Just taking a quick look, the salaries are up 100,000 and the fees and professional are about 300. So that's close to the $400,000 difference.
Yeah, and salary increases, we can see just a stunning amount of increase in fees and professional expenses. So I was just wondering if we're, getting more for our money from that. Does that produce better information for collecting taxes or?
If you're looking at the fiscal year 21 compared to the fiscal year 25 budget, I don't to Ross's point, there's no reval in there. So
I think we were trying to, I think Kevin
If you
originally
look at
asked about
19,
fiscal
20, and 21, the numbers are nowhere near 1.2 million. I have them all in front of me.
19, so one thing, so all I have in the budget book is through 21. So I would just also want to see, compare my numbers for 19 and 20
Yeah.
to the
Alright, so-
numbers that you have to make sure that you're looking at the correct information
The-
and then do a comparison based
The
off.
budget in fiscal 19 was $714,000 total. In fiscal 20, it was 880, and they actually only spent 791. Fiscal 20, it was 880.
So I just thought, fiscal year 16 was 1,119,000. Fiscal year 16, which would have been a full revaluation year.
So the reval 5 years ago was, I'm going to call it the lesser evaluation. And
Yes.
now 16 was the 10-year one that cost more money. And the one coming up next year is the big one again, the 10-year that costs.
That's
more money.
correct.
Okay.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right,
5
thank
years
you.
ago was
So
COVID.
Frank can provide us those details. And I just want to mention, because I did get a question from a member of the public via email
Thank you, John.
saying, you guys keep talking about this Google sheet and what are you talking about? So just to be clear, we have a worksheet where board members can ask questions and answers are provided, including at times attachments. So all of that information will be made public if it's all the questions and answers and attachments. If it's information that relates to a current agenda, like tonight, the questions for the town clerk, it's actually in the meeting backup. And if it's questions that are answered after the fact, it'll be provided as backup to next Tuesday's meeting. So just for clarification on that. All right, other questions on this budget, Mr. Walsh?
Good evening, Ross. The software you mentioned, I can't remember the name that you just said, for $18,000. What's that called?
That's a subscription service and it's called Nearmap.
And we've done that, we've used them before.
We've had it in place 2 years, I believe.
Okay. So I guess the presumption is that using that, you can find things that should be assessed at greater amounts, correct?
We primarily use it to clear open building permits.
Okay.
And verify like demos and pools, roofs, whether a house is under construction, we can kind of take a peek and see where it's at and decide whether we need to go out or not. It is tremendously useful. It's also been shared with all the other town departments, and I know conservation and engineering are using it quite frequently.
Okay, so can you just give me an explanation how it works? Like, so you identify a roof that someone hasn't pulled a building permit on?
Right, I pull in all the building permits from the building department,
Sure.
load them into our VGSI CAMA system.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, I produce a report that I give to my field people, and they prioritize their work based on that report. So they'll know what's open, what's been CO'd.
Okay.
Once we get caught up with COs, they'll start looking at the open permits, and some of them don't get COs, some of them don't close, and even though the work has been completed. So for the smaller permits that we can do visually from an aerial, we will clear them that way.
Oh, okay. So you'll see that it's complete, even though they haven't requested a CO been pulled,
Right.
or maybe there's some outstanding little issues.
Solar
it's not.
solar panels
Sure.
are a big one that we can clear, pools,
Okay.
that sort of thing.
Okay. And does that generate income, you think, for us? Because you are able to identify that something is completed and then will increase someone's assessment based on an addition, a pool,
Yes.
something like that.
Yes, so when we're clearing a pool permit, we may pick up a deck that we didn't have a permit for, that they put on at the same time.
Mhm.
It also saves us a lot of time because we don't have to physically go out to that house then.
Sure. So I think it's safe to assume, or you tell me, that the cost of the $18,000 is made up by increased taxes from increased assessments.
Yeah, I would say it is. And from the savings and the time savings.
Great. I just have a couple other questions. So I was looking at your year-to-date budget report today. And I just have a couple of questions in regards to it, like where you stand, because I'm just trying to figure out whether you still need as much money as in the budget as you've been using. So just a couple of questions. Right now, you had last year in your budget, you had $1,000 in there for fringe deferred comp, I think, town match. And it's at $3,000 now, a $3,000 negative. Did something happen in your department on why that went up so much by 300%?
Yeah, that was actually my deferred comp and it wasn't paid for 3 years.
Perfect. That's a good explanation. And Social Security, I don't understand why your salaries for this current year that we're in are, you have about $19,800 left for the rest of the year right now for salaries. But yet your Social Security contributions are just slightly below that for $16,037. Now, maybe I'm asking the wrong person this question. Maybe I should be asking Frank that question, but it just seems like those numbers are out of whack.
Well, I'll let you know, I've been down 2 people since the end of December.
Okay. Down in what way? Are we paying them?
No, they've left.
Oh, okay.
That's why I have 2 open positions since about the beginning of the year.
Okay. And those would be on the regular payroll line? Because currently you have about $19,800 left to spend. It doesn't seem like that's enough to pay 2 people for the rest of the year. About quarter of the year left, maybe slightly over 25% of the year left.
Yeah,
I'm at a loss. I don't have that.
I'd have to go over the detail. I think at the time we developed the budget, I think you had 2 do you still have 2 vacancies or just 1?
I have 2 currently since the end of December.
Yeah, so there's currently 2 vacancies. I'd have to, that number includes encumbrances, so I just have to go back.
Okay.
I just have to go back and make sure that if an employee left, that the encumbrances were backed out, but he's only hired 1, so he would need to have money available to pay the 1 employee for the remainder of the year. But I think there's probably some room. Like I said, it's actuals and encumbrances. But it gives the clearest picture of where about he'll land up, but there could be some variation in that number.
All right. Do you do a lot of printing and binding towards the end of the year?
I'm trying to think of when I do it. We do a big print coming up in April.
Yep.
We have our books. I haven't paid for the grand list books yet, though they're due to show up.
Okay. No, only because the only reason I'm asking is because you're asking about the same amount in this year's budget for printing and binding, maybe a couple $100 more, which totally understandable. But to date, you've only spent $3,000 out of your $8,300. So you'd have $5,000 left. And are you going to spend that before the end of the year? Like, are you still spending that much on printing and binding, or can we reduce your budget a little bit on that?
Yeah, I don't think we had increases in notices go out in February. I don't think I've been billed and paid for that yet.
Okay.
So that's,
Okay.
We've got elderly reminders. We've done income and expense hasn't gone yet. And I don't think our binding for our books is in there yet. So it's more in the latter half of the year.
Okay. And then your educational memberships line is around $5,000 and you've only spent $2,500 to date. Are there much more membership things and renewals and things like that do you normally go to in the spring?
Yes, our annual assessor school is in June.
Perfect.
And that's a week-long event.
Great. Under your travels and meetings line, I've been asking most department heads this question. Do you use any of it for food for your department? For
No.
meetings that are meetings that are in your department?
The only time we have no meals in the department
Yep.
that are paid for by the town. The only meals might be if we're at UConn for the week, the meals are
Sure.
included.
Yeah.
And if we go to a meeting that includes lunch.
Great. That's totally understandable. Thank you. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Ms. Ruggiero?
It was Jack.
Oh, sorry, Jack.
Yeah, just quick. I want to go back, and Laura, you may have asked this question, so I apologize if I'm duplicating, but that 130,000, Ross, that you mentioned earlier, you kind of read through line items, right? That consists of, that's outside of the increase in the assessment itself, which is 350, I believe you said, correct?
Yes.
350,000 just for the assessment piece. Right, and that's primarily because as we discussed earlier, it's the in-person, right? It's
That's
the,
correct.
like, I think someone referenced the difference. Actually, Mr. Stark did originally in the 10 years from the previous one. But out of that 130,000 and that list, is that something you like, again, it sounded like you were reading off of something and perhaps Lori mentioned it or maybe Frank, but is that, I'd like to see that. If you could just, not right now, this second, but maybe give it to Frank or whatever, just so we could have it for our records, how
Yeah,
that's
Frank
divided
Frank
out.
is going to attach it to the Google Sheet.
Okay, great. I thought you said it, Lori. I just wanted to
Yeah,
make sure. All
no,
right, very
thank,
good.
yeah, thank you.
Thank
We
you.
will,
Thank you.
definitely.
You liking Fairfield more?
Any other questions for Mr. Murray? Okay, so it sounds like we've got a few follow-up items, but thank you, Ross.
Thank you.
You got a big year coming up. Good luck. All right, we are going to move on to public safety. So we'll start with Department 4030, which is the police department. And for reference, that begins on page 143 of the budget book. And I'll also mention that in addition to the budget book, there is supplemental information included on page 10 of the posted backup. That's page 10 of the PDF of the posted backup. And that backup has to do with information related to the purchase of police vehicles. So I want to welcome Chief Calamaris. And you're very small on my screen, but I think that's Deputy Chief Waya, if I can see you correctly. So welcome, gentlemen, and I'll turn it over to you to go through the highlights. And maybe we can start with revenue. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Before we discuss the specifics of the FY25 budget, which will primarily be presented by Deputy Chief Wire, I feel that it's important to provide a status update of the police department so you're all aware of the current conditions and some of the challenges we're facing in the department. The overall performance of the police department is heavily influenced by population, economic conditions in the community, crime rates, statutory mandates, and availability of resources. I'd like to illustrate 3 topics that are the most frequently asked questions by members of the governing bodies, along with some of the implications for the delivery of quality police services. Those 3 are staffing, technology, and emergency communication center, which we're going to talk about a little more later in that budget. So the current staffing in the police department, we have 112 sworn police officers that are allocated in our budget. We currently have 109 sworn positions filled, 3 of which are on field training, and 1 is still in the academy. So technically, we're operating with 105 officers that are sworn and actually are able to fill seats on the road on their own, because 4 of those are not certified by the state of Connecticut yet. Due to resignations and retirements, we currently have 3 positions vacant. We recently conducted new candidate interviews and submitted 3 conditional employment offers. So by the second week of April, we will just be recognized the impacts of the 2 new officers that were approved last year. However, in the same time it took to train those officers, we had 4 retirements and resignations. Retention and recruitment is constantly a moving target and will likely remain unchanged unless changes are made to the collective bargaining agreement. I'll go into technology relative to ordinary property crimes. We're seeing that current technology is increasing solvability factors. More time is spent by each officer investigating minor crimes because surveillance and other technologies have improved drastically and is commonplace in homes and businesses. Technology assists us in gathering evidence and data, but also increases the time it takes to evaluate and apply that data to investigations. Complexity of our investigations have also increased relative to computer crimes, financial crimes, and elderly scams. As you hear in many of the board meetings, traffic and speeding continue to be a primary concern of our residents, which consume a great deal of resources, of which is time and manpower. Roadway analysis, deploying speed signs, and consulting with other stakeholders in the community to find resolutions for traffic complaints. Finally, the Emergency Communications Center, or what we refer to as the FCRD, the Fairfield County Regional Dispatch. At the request of the Control Board, this year we were requesting the acceptance of a management plan that consists of considerable changes. Our proposal outlines the justification for a civilian director and additional supervision in the center over several years. It's important to note that even though the proposal is for the captain to physically return to the police department, that position will continue to be regularly scheduled attendance and oversight at the ECC as a liaison to the director for the police department operations. Barring any questions on those comments, I'll now turn it over to Deputy Chief Wire, who will provide a detailed analysis of the FY25 budget proposal.
Thank you. Mr. Mottola, did you have a
Yeah,
question?
do you want me to ask questions about the comments or to go through the budget first? Whatever people are comfortable with. Okay, I'll ask a question. Sorry. Chief, thanks for coming here. So I may have written this down wrong, but I think you said something to the effect that recruitment and retention, you're going to have continued challenges unless there's changes to the collective bargaining agreement. Is that kind of what you said?
Yeah, you know, we are kind of obligated to the collective bargaining agreement.
Sure. Yep.
And, you know, as long as we have a maximum number of people, it takes, let's call it 18 months to 2 years to
Right.
fill those positions. And in that time, we are always recognizing retirements or resignations in that time. So the likelihood of us ever maximizing or getting to full staff is rare.
And it's rare because you could hire somebody, a new recruit, and that person has to go through the whole state training process to get post-certified, and that takes a long time, right? It takes a year about, right?
It takes a year. It's 6 months for the police academy
Right.
and 6 months for FTO, roughly, barring no outstanding issues. Maybe the officer needs a little training or extra. It's about a year. With that said, that is contingent upon a police academy class.
That's run by the state.
That's run by the
So
state.
it's up to the state. They want 1 or 2 a year, 2 a year usually, right? Give or take.
2, sometimes 3.
Mhm.
We currently we're giving conditional offers currently. The academy won't start till July, first week of July. So if you look at that time span right now, we're giving those conditional offers. And if you call it a year from July, we're still a year and 4 months from that.
I work for the city of Bridgeport. Do you ever think of sending some of your new hires to the Bridgeport, or they have their own training academy? Have you done that in the past?
We have.
Okay, good. And so I understand what you're saying. The likelihood of the department ever having its full capacity, it's just the way it is because the process takes a long time. You're going to have people retiring and so on and so forth. Do you do under the collective bargaining agreement, you're allowed to do lateral hires, correct? So that could expedite the process because you could hire a certified police officer from another department, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
We recently just gave a conditional offer to a lateral employee. It normally takes, or a lateral police officer that's already certified, it normally takes anywhere between 4 and 6 months to bring them over, depending on their capacity. And that comes with positives and negatives. Sometimes they bring bad habits from other agencies. Sometimes
Sure.
sometimes they're superstars.
Can you just, and then won't ask any more questions on this. So the department's come to the conclusion that for the emergency center, it's better to have a civilian director. And what was the thought process with respect to that decision? And was that done in consultation with the fire department personnel? Because they're part of that center also. So just explain why I'm assuming you think that's a better model. And if it is, why is it a better model?
I'll try to keep this as brief as I can because there are a lot of reasons. I'll answer the one question, was that done in consultation with the other members of the control board? Yes, it was. In fact, it was unanimous decision that we did move that route. And I'll try to say it in one sentence that the complexity of a regional center is very different than a single municipal center. And that is a discipline of its own that is someone who would be engaged in that discipline has run other centers that are regional, and a police officer who sometimes knows very little about fire dispatching or dispatching in and of itself doesn't have that expertise.
And there's several regional centers in Connecticut where that model's being used, correct?
That's correct.
Bridgeport uses it. You've been over there, right? Bridgeport, the
I
Eastern
have.
Center, beautiful center,
Yes,
correct? And so the captain that's over there now, he's going to be back in the department doing, for lack of a better term, more police type work. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement. And I'll also just add that, the assumption that the police department was the agency to be, if you want to call it, in charge or administrating or being the administrator of that, it was viewed from that perspective because the police department in Fairfield has the lion's share of calls that come into the dispatch center compared to almost all of the other agencies combined. So that was an assumption. But the complexity of police dispatching is not as complex as fire dispatch.
Right. Yeah, it's, and I'm going to be quiet after this. It's an incredibly hard job dispatching, and the telecommunicators that do that work, it's a real specialty. And I kind of applaud you to come to that conclusion. I mean, we did it in-house for years. You opened up the regional center, and after a couple of years, you came to the conclusion that the better way to go is have a professional civilian running the show there. And I, thank you for recognizing that. Thanks. Thanks for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Testani, do you mind if I just follow up on one question for Mr. Mottola, just to clarify?
Sure.
Chief, when you, back to Mr. Mottola's first question on the vacancies and you mentioned restrictions, if you will, in the collective bargaining agreement. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Are you saying that you have to wait until you have a vacancy before you initiate a new hire, and that automatically builds in a lag time before you can fill that, and thus we can never be at full capacity? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I'll just add a little bit of context that other collective bargaining agreements have that is, there's something called the drop plan, where a person who is anticipating their retirement would sign a document saying that in 1 year I'm going to retire, which allows management to forecast the retirement. And there's things that go in, benefits for the individual and benefits for management. That was just a suggestion, and, I know other agencies who use it and they've seen some success with it.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Mr. Testani, thanks for your patience. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Larry. Chief, Deputy Chief. First of all, thank you for coming. Good to see you. In full disclosure, I met separately with the chief and deputy chief to understand the budget. Also talk about the ECC, but before I get to that, the summary you provided, Chief, do you mind me asking, is that an internal document? Is that something you could share, so we could have it for reference, or would you prefer not to, what you just read us tonight?
Yeah, those were just my notes over some of the, and I'd be happy to share this with you in the record.
Okay. And while we're talking about sharing, the last year, I believe it was, and it may have been the year before that as well, you had a detailed plan. I know we talked about this when we met, of how your department, the amount of calls, the amount of personnel compared to other towns. And I know we sort of talked about that. You laid that out. And I believe it was last year before as well. Is that something that you have tonight? Maybe you could get us, because speaking for myself, I thought that was an important document to understand. We've referenced the staffing situation, the vacancies. I just think having a picture of exactly how Fairfield compares to similar towns around us would be helpful.
I do have that document. I shared the document that I presented to the board of all the boards last year, to the Board of Selectmen upon their request. And I can do one of two things. I can update that document to reflect what the current conditions are in those other agencies, or I can just provide you what I provided for the Board of Selectmen.
I think the updated one, again, speaking for myself, would be great. What do you think, Larry?
I think that's fine. Yeah, Chief. I think in the past you've provided that as that was sort of a justification for additional headcount requests, if I recall. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think if you want to, so if it's whatever was provided to the Board of Selectmen, this board has access to already. So if you can do a quick update and that's not too much trouble and you can provide it to Frank, that would be great.
Whenever you can, Chief.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Okay. And I just want to get to a couple of comments Mr. Mottola made, and I know, we talked about it when we got together, and it was a source of consternation, for lack of a better word, as the three of us talked about when we first started this budget process. And you're right. I think in fairness to you and to the department, and shame on me for assuming that it would have more of a police oversight to the ECC. I know when we met, we talked about the fact, and you sort of referenced it tonight, but I hope you don't mind me asking you to clarify. Is it the ECC will have regular visits by the captain, the one that I'm guessing is moving over to the police department? Is there going to be no police follow-up? Is there going to be monthly check-in by phone call? I just want to get some idea of, although there may not be police supervision or fire supervision for that matter, will there be some accountability, for lack of a better word?
Absolutely. There'll be regular scheduled attendance where the police captain is liaisoning with the new director to, handle any operational issues or issues with the dispatchers.
Now, Chief, let me ask, when you say the new supervisor, let's loosely use the term supervisor, will it be monthly until the supervisor, you and the captain thinks the supervisor is up to speed? Will it continue after you both think the supervisor is capable of handling the ECC on their own? What do you foresee as a normal check-in, so to speak, from either the police or fire, however you want to handle it?
I'm forecasting that we'll likely have a transition where the current captain, Captain Esposito, who's currently running the operations up there, will be there between 3 to 6 months to assist the director, kind of getting his feet under him, and then assisting in any hiring needs. And after that, I think there will be regularly scheduled attendance, not only from the captain, but also from the fire departments and the respective agencies that are associated with the center.
When you say regularly scheduled, would you anticipate it being monthly, quarterly? Just help me to, I think I'll feel better knowing this, Chief.
I would say at least monthly, and then on an as-needed basis, if there's any questions or concerns from the director.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate you clarifying that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Testani. Okay, let's just do one more quick. I do want to redirect back to the budget, but Ms. Ruggiero, do you have a question?
Yes, hi. Thank you guys for coming. I too spoke with the chief today with some concerns about some theft in my area. I had some constituents reach out, and 3 of my immediate, 10 neighbors have been hit with 2 auto thefts and a break-in this weekend, over the last few months. The break-in was this weekend. So you mentioned this collective bargaining agreement, and clearly you're not at full capacity with officers and the lag time and everything, and the possibility of drop plans so you could plan better. When does the collective bargaining agreement, I guess, come into play again, where you can maybe change some things so that you could get fully loaded for number of officers?
I believe the current union contract expires June 30th of 2025. So yeah, 16, 18 months from now.
And is that something that you're going to be pursuing to change?
Chief, I would be very, I would say it wouldn't be best for the chief to comment on this just because it is part of union negotiations. And I know when I've spoken to the human resources director, these are public meetings, and, I would just say that if we want to discuss it, talk about it in executive session when we go over contingency, because we're talking about the contracts there.
Yeah. Let's make sure we're pivoting back to the budget as we're going through this discussion as well for fiscal 25. Ms. Ruggiero, was there anything else that you wanted to ask in general terms before we get into the details?
No, I'll wait till we get to other areas.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Chief Calamaris. So I guess you had mentioned Deputy Chief Wyatt was going to take us through the details of the budget pages. So do you want to kick us off with Police Department revenue, which again, for reference for members of the public, that's on page 143 of the budget book.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having us. If you don't mind, I would just like to give a 2-minute overview of the highlights of our budget. Would that be okay?
Of course. Thank you.
Okay. The most significant increases are payroll related, driven by the contractual 2.75% salary increases, as well as our proposal to absorb the costs of the Fairfield County Regional Dispatch Center captain for the dual purpose of reorganizing and achieving appropriate staffing at the FCRD as well as at the Fairfield Police Department. Cuts were made from several budget lines in an attempt to lower the impact of the salary and benefits costs associated with this move. The majority of the cuts is seen in our training overtime budget, mostly due to moving our SWAT team to a regional organization, which will drive down annual costs of in-house training overtime. And we also cut from our maintenance of automotive budget line, which we are confident can be sustained by funds received from outside job vehicle fees that we charge to outside vendors. Other necessary increases will be seen in the following lines: overtime earnings and replacement, information technology, fees and professional services, communications, and training. Overtime earnings and overtime replacement have to take into consideration the contractual 2.75% pay increase. Overtime earnings keep trending upwards as the community continues to increase demands for police presence for a variety of community caretaker functions. Overtime replacement is anticipated to trend down once we're able to fill all of our vacancies, but we did have 3 unexpected retirements this year, and we anticipate anywhere from 2 to 4 retirements next year. But that said, we already see the downward trend in that the percentage increase we're asking for this year is less than half the increase we requested last year. Information technology increases are driven by expected escalators on existing services, as well as new platforms required to stay current with accountability mandates, accreditation, and 21st century policing goals. IT is infused into a myriad of everyday functionality, including but not limited to report writing, body camera and dashboard camera use, policy development and distribution, performance evaluations, streamlined training and accountability models, evidence storage, communication devices, uniform orders, social media posts, and community outreach. Fees and professional services increases are driven by several anticipated expenses, such as retirements creating promotional opportunities and entry-level vacancies, which drive up hiring costs and promotional testing fees, all of which are showing cost increases each year. Police accountability mandates require regular psychological testing and drug testing, which are new fees incurred and requested in this line. Some of the upfront technology costs that are incurred in the IT line for initial implementation subsequently move to fees and professional services for annual fees. Regarding our communications line, zero-based budgeting shows that AT&T, FirstNet, and Frontier Services alone have been $163,000 annual. There's an ever-increasing need to use mobile communication devices to complete timely and thorough investigations. These needs are driven by officers' ability to remain mobile while investigating, as well as the need to access social media and online investigative platforms to build stronger cases. Regarding our training line, we are always trying to increase our training resources for several reasons. In keeping with accountability mandates, accreditation goals, and 21st century policing models, there are several new areas of non-traditional policing that we aim to train all of our officers in, such as DEI trainings, de-escalation trainings, and restorative justice practices, just to name a few. We further aim to develop each officer's individual job-related skill set through elective trainings. This helps our officers provide better services to the community, helps our agency grow in its legitimacy, and helps the officers increase their value toward promotions. We also typically pay our ammunition fees out of our training line, which makes sense because typically 100% of our ammunition expenditures are training related, and we definitely hope to keep it that way. That said, ammunition costs also increase each year. So overall, our proposed increase is 3.78%. We feel our approach is as conservative as possible while supporting our goals as a police agency and our ability to serve the public in the best way possible. And we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that summary. Would you mind very quickly, just from a top level perspective before we get into Q&A, just to quickly addressing any highlights, if any, in the revenue section of the budget?
So the main change in the revenue section of the budget is that we ended a task force position due to staffing needs. We reassigned the officer that was in that task force to the FCRD to try to help solve some of the problems as soon as possible. And that was about a $50,000 loss in revenue.
And what line item is that showing up in?
That's
Oh, is that the state grant? Gotcha, okay. Okay, and
Lori, can I ask a question on revenue?
yeah, sure, go ahead, Jack.
Eddie, so not that I'm looking for extra parking violations, but I have to ask, I mean, it's a 32%, $42,000 change. Is it, we're anticipating giving a lot more tickets? I'm just curious.
So the jump in you're talking about the parking violation fees?
Yeah, the 42201.
So we entered into a partnership with the parking authority. We have a vehicle that's dedicated for parking violations with a license plate reader, and that has significantly increased those violations.
That's unique only to train station, right? Or is that other parts of the town as well?
It's the train station in the downtown.
And that was only this past fiscal year, Chief? I thought we've had that in other years.
No, if you look back from FY '21 to FY '22, you'll see a significant increase in that.
All right. So then go to why it went down. So it's been 172,000, right? Then for whatever reason, fiscal year 24, 131, I mean, 21 actual was 108,000, let's call it. Fiscal year 22 actual was a pretty significant increase. And is that the reason why, because of the license plate reader that year? Or, I mean, it went up, let's say 68,000 in one fiscal year.
The calculation for FY '24 budget is based on 3-year actual. So
Gotcha.
107, 172, and 175, 3-year actual. The budget is 131. So we propose 173.
You average it out,
318.
basically. Right. Gotcha. Okay. Thanks, Chief.
And you probably had some COVID, well, I don't know about that, maybe 21 might have been. That was a part of the COVID year as well, so we didn't have too many people out and about, I'm guessing.
And real quick, Lori, if you don't mind, 42369 miscellaneous police, why is that?
Jack, that's,
that the-
can we cover that in expenses? That's the purchase of the police vehicles.
Right,
There's,
okay.
there's backup, and so
Right,
that's just an
sorry.
offset to the expense number.
Gotcha. Okay.
So we'll go through that, and we do have a schedule
Right.
for that.
Okay.
So
Thank you, guys.
and we can, we can address that if we, on the expense side, if we like, whenever. But is there anything else just on revenue? Questions from the board on revenue, Mr. Walsh?
Deputy Chief Wyatt, following up on Mr. Testani's questions, the increase in the parking tickets, it's the 32%. What percentage of that would you say it is for giving parking tickets in the downtown versus your partnership of working with the train station?
I don't know, but I can find out for you.
Okay, and is that based, it's just simply based on a 3-year average? It's not based on what you're currently seeing, say, in the last 12 months of an uptick in that or anything else like that?
So part of the difficulty we're projecting is how early we have to have the numbers in.
Sure.
So if we take a
Okay.
look at what our actuals are early on and we just try to average it out for the remaining weeks,
Okay.
every month that goes by, the numbers become more actual, but these were early numbers.
Okay. Is there any policy that's being directed by the administration or your administration internally to start tickets, giving more tickets downtown? Or complaints by merchants that people are staying too long or anything like that going on?
It really is just as needed. It's all day, everyday practice. And if the violations are observed, then tickets are issued.
Okay. And then on the police alarm ordinance, it seems to be going up pretty decent amount, almost 30%, correct? That's just more, it's just getting worse, people just setting off false alarms, or is that primarily commercial operations?
It's a little bit of everything. The 3-year average comes into play over here as well.
Sure. Okay.
But also weather events are largely responsible for a lot of false alarms.
Gotcha. Okay. That's all I have on revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Ms. Ruggiero?
I just have a quick question. When we give speeding tickets and, tickets like that, where is that picked up, or does the state get it? Why don't I see anything in revenue for that?
So there is a revenue line, the surcharge on motor vehicle violations, that's 42202. And that is the percentage that we get back from infractions that go to the Central Infractions Bureau.
So does the state take most of the money, or?
The state takes the lion's share of the fees.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick follow-up on that, Lori. So is it only on speeding tickets? Or is it any infraction other than parking?
It's motor vehicle violations. So, yeah.
Just to get to dovetail off Mr. Walsh just for a minute, just to kind of summarize what he was saying, what you were saying, is it a fair statement that you, meaning the police department, isn't getting pressure, for lack of a better word, by the downtown merchants to issue more tickets? It's just in the normal course of business, the ticket issuance is about the same. It's not changing anything other than perhaps more people parking, let's say. I know for myself, it's like the parking lot's full every day again in Fairfield. So is it more of that?
It's more of that. Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Curley.
I think might be just an indulge us a little bit, it might be helpful just to understand how the car that you partner with the parking authority that reads the license plate, how that works. Just maybe 2-minute explanation would be helpful, I think.
Sure. There's a license plate reader that's affixed to the car. It identifies a vehicle in a GPS location. It has a predetermined fee for each location that it hits on a GPS. For example, if there's a certain parking spot at the corner of Post Road and Sanford Street, and that is a 2-hour parking zone, the system understands and knows that at this exact GPS location, that is the 2-hour violation. So when the car drives by, it identifies a license plate that has, ABC 123. In 2 hours, when that car drives by again, it recognizes that that same car has been there for over 2 hours and therefore alerts the driver of the vehicle that there is a violation, and then they issue the violation.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. Is that Mr. Penley?
No, it's Mr. Matola.
It's Mr. Matola. Go ahead, John.
So the vice chair, don't forget that, yeah. So what you just described is like modern way that they used to do it. They used to throw chalk on the tires and then come around.
Yeah, and you could see from FY21 actual to FY22,
Right.
there's just a significant difference when you take out human error.
Yep. Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on revenue? Okay. Ms. Ruggiero?
I'm sorry, one more question. When we give motor vehicle infractions, what is the percentage that the state takes versus the town?
Whenever we issue a Connecticut state statute for whether it's motor vehicle violations or other violations that they designate, there is a certain surcharge that we get. Each violation has a different surcharge. For example, a speeding ticket might be $10. If I issue a $200 speeding ticket, the town might get $10 for that violation. However, if I issue a stop sign, the town might get $30 for that stop sign. I don't know
You
why
have to
the-
send officers to court to represent that ticket, right? So you're losing staffing hours as well, I assume.
So there is a judicial process for that. If the person pleads not guilty for the case, then it would eventually get to the Supreme Court and Superior Court, and they would eventually it would have to be adjudicated with the officer appearing in front of the judge.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Lori, one quick follow-up. Chief, is there a way to figure out the averages? So in other words, I understand it's different dollar denominations depending on the infraction that the state takes out of but is it possible to figure out, like, the town issued X amount of dollars of infractions. Out of the infraction dollars that the town issued, the state took this much money and this much came back to Fairfield. Is there a way to track that or no?
I just requested a report from the Central Infractions Bureau for our RTM members, and I will share those reports with the Board of Finance.
That'd be great. Thanks, Chief.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to expenses. Questions from the board on the expense side of the budget. Mr. Penley?
So I'm new to the board, so if this is a stupid question, it's my fault. On the payroll, and I'm trying to square it with the comments you made earlier. So is it budgeting for police officers who will retire potentially mid-year, or you're expecting them to retire like end of 2025? Yeah.
No, we don't prorate salaries based on the expected retirement date.
Okay, but you're anticipating that some of these salaries, they're going to stop working, right? And the other question I had was, and it might be just because I don't understand what obligations you have in the collective bargaining agreement, but are you budgeting for positions that you need to fill but may not be able to fill because of what you were saying about just the logistics of getting new officers trained? So I don't know if that was clear. I'm sure it wasn't clear.
If you could repeat that.
So like, let's say you've got, I don't know the exact number of police officers that you have budgeted, but are some of the line items for positions that you don't actually anticipate being able to fill because of what you described at the beginning?
No, what's in the budget is everything that they anticipate to fill.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so and to be clear, Shane, so we typically, and when we go through our quarterly reviews, there's always some level of upside in the budget to actuals due to vacancies for that reason, and that's consistent with all the departments. So on the town side, we don't build in any assumption for vacancies. All positions are budgeted as though they will be filled for the entire year, with, unless there's, some specific exception there, but that's generally it. And so any vacancies will effectively contribute to the surplus, will result in a surplus of some kind in the overall results. Mr. Mottola?
Yeah, just to follow up to make clear to people who may be watching, when you hire a new recruit and they're going to the training academy, we're paying that person. So they're on our payroll, right? We're paying them. We don't just start paying them when they become certified police officers. We pay them from day one when they're going to get trained.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mottola.
One more question. Thanks. That clears that for me. Thank you very much. Again, back to what you were talking about at the beginning and sort of the difficulties of just getting to full staffing. Is it correct to say that does impact the overtime earnings? Like are you pushing your limited staff to work more hours? So that's going to drive that line?
It does. It affects the overtime replacement line. There are vacancy savings that offset it a little bit, but the vacancy salary is straight time versus overtime replacement is time and a half.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Testani?
Yeah, and again, I know we reviewed some of this, but just so it's clear, 51040, the special, is that the police officers requested at different functions, I believe is how you summarized it. Is that fair to say?
So we have a minimum amount of hours that we would expect our special officers to work calculated, and we multiply that by their salary, which there was a salary increase.
Right, okay. And when you, just for the public watching, as Mr. Mottola referenced, and for us, the special police officers, what are their duties typically?
They often do traffic or foot patrol downtown to check doors.
Okay, so going back to the overtime question that Shane was sort of referring to, when extra police are needed, let's say at SantaCon is a good example, or some other function where the police have to be called and extra officers wind up having to show up, is that typically the overtime earnings line? Is that where that would go?
That's correct. That's overtime earnings.
Okay, and out of that, have you been able to separate out what town functions were excessive? Like I mentioned one, are there others where the police had more allocation than what was anticipated? You see what I'm asking there in terms of what kind of overtime was needed to handle a specific situation, for lack of a better word?
I can give you an overview of some of the things that happened this year and some that occur every year that drive up that overtime earnings line, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, no, if when you get a chance to send that to us, I think that would definitely help for sure. Okay, so and again, I know you referenced this, but fees and professional services went up, not huge. I mean, the overall budget increase, I think, is, fairly minimal. But again, just asking, that line is due to what, Eddie, with the increase? Although it's in line to fiscal year 22 actual, right? And fiscal year 21 was actually more.
We, with zero-based budgeting and hiring forecasts, we anticipated a maximum of 167,700 in expenses. We asked for 165.
Okay.
And the $8,700 increase, that is mostly attributed to the addition of Casebook, which is the platform that our social worker uses to keep a separate documentation platform from the police documentation. And about 6,000 for Citizen Observer, which is our online reporting for citizens. We used to use something called Text to Tip. We moved to Citizen Observer.
That's an online system. Do you find that more effective?
I think it's more user-friendly.
Okay.
And more interactive.
Okay. And to spoil Mr. Walsh's question in advance, the travel and meetings line, even though it went down, you might even get this question, I'm not sure. But do any of those include food for any of the travel and meetings? That a fair way to summarize that, Jim?
Any way you want, my friend. Give you a recording if you want it.
Occasionally, yes, there is a certain amount of hospitality built into certain meetings, like
Like bagels, I think, or something, yeah.
minimal bagels, coffee. When we host
Like a Board of
trainings,
Finance reception. Yeah.
our behavioral health network meetings that we have, we try to bring people in.
Yeah,
and,
right. I'm familiar. Okay.
And there's also, when we are the host for training that brings in people from the region, a lot of times in the contract, they request that the meal lunch be provided by the hosting agency, and in turn, they give us 2 or 3 free seats in the training.
Is there a way to, have you broken that out, just out of my own curiosity's sake? And I probably should have asked this when I met you guys, into what is expended at these meetings for these food expenses, and does the town get some reimbursement or no?
DCY, can I also comment? The police department also has a donation line where we get general donations to the department for things such as this. So where the donation funds are available and they submit for reimbursement, I ask that they use those donation funds.
Would you say the donations offset any expenses, Frank?
I would say that because usually I'll get them via voucher and I segregate them to the donation account.
Okay. And just overall, the total increase, just to summarize, out of the 3.78%, 2.75% of that is the salary increase. Is that right?
There is a 2.75% salary increase that drives up the
Overall, the 3.7. And you may have said this
drop plan.
Thank you. Sorry. Is that in this current click? You're hoping to get it into, we don't know. It's probably not great to speculate on that.
No, and that's not what I was referring to. I was just saying other municipalities have
Okay, gotcha.
items like that in their contracts that are helpful to them to forecast.
Very good. I have a comment I'd like to.
Okay. Mr. Curley?
Did you have a quick one? I'm going to move to another. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question about the Police Outside Jobs Fund and how that's being used for the cars and things like that. We didn't have it in our budget book, but in our backup for tonight's meeting, we got a schedule that it's kind of colorful. It's got that. So that's what I'm referencing. So I have some questions about the revenues, the expenses, and then the withdrawals from this fund itself. Historically, if we go back the last several years, revenues have exceeded expenses, which has allowed this balance to grow. And then the benefit of that is we've been able to enjoy the use of this balance to pay for the cars, right? But I noticed that in the 2024 estimate, and then in each of the subsequent years, 2025 through 2030, there's a forecasted annual deficit. Is this something that, I guess my question is, who puts this together? And knowing that it's a sustained schedule reflecting deficits, is there any intention to revisit or visit the rates that are being charged? Because obviously it's not an expectation for police who are working on outside jobs to be the companies that hire the police for that job to be manned, to be subsidized by the taxpayer. So if I could just ask you to elaborate a little bit about the deficit on an annual basis and tell us a little bit more about that.
I can go over the model, the model as a whole, but the short answer to your question is that there's a deficit because we're paying for the cars. Well, the transfers coming into the general fund, so that's an expense in this
I'm not
fund.
talking about how the fund is being used. I'm talking about the revenues being charged that go into this fund are not enough to cover the expenses coming out of it.
Because of the transfers for the cars. If you got rid of those cars, then the only expense you have coming out of there is payroll. So they would be over in 2025. They'd take in about 3.2 million in revenue and only have 2.9 million in payroll. But I reflect the cars to show that the fund is going to go down over time.
Got it. So if I look at the revenue line and compare it only to the payroll, you're saying that it's still a surplus. It's just not as big of a surplus. So it's not covering as many cars.
Yeah. And to your point, in 2027, you see those numbers get close. Well, actually really in 2026. And that's when I would probably encourage, I think it's the commission who sets that, to take a look and see if we're still charging the appropriate fees.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And I note that there is a box that provides an excerpt of the policy where it explicitly says not more than 10 cars will be purchased in a given year, and starting in after fiscal year 2024, the number of cars purchased is going to go down by 2 per year. So 8, 6, 4, 2, and that's what's being reflected on the schedule. What's the origin of that policy? And if this fund is only being used to satisfy capital purchases, why not use it more quickly?
We always get the conversation about the fiscal cliff. So the way I intended, I think this policy, the intent of that language there was to just show that we don't intend to all use it in 1 year, because if you used it quicker, then you'd have to make up for whatever it is, $800,000 in expenses that would just come onto the budget without any revenue supporting them. So the thought is that we're slowly going to add, less revenue from this fund over time. And that way, you're not adding as much to the budget over time. It's not as much of a hit to the taxpayer. But I envision this, that, the goal is to draw down this balance. And then I think once we get to a level, where it's essentially break even, then I think we could discuss either doing a true up every year. So you're not leaving the balance in this fund and the balance is just going to the general fund, or if you want to continue to buy cars out of it.
Right. And I guess I'll just ask for clarification. Is this a formal policy adopted by either the police commission or is it a policy or a guideline?
I don't know if it was, the chief can answer if it was I don't believe it was adopted by this board, and I think it's more of an internal policy.
I think maybe it's semantics, but I think policy with a capital P is different than a guideline with a little lowercase g. And I'm just trying to understand the formality of this language and whether it's a formal policy or an informal guideline.
I'll just touch on that if I may. It is in our policy, so that it's written in there that it's in the policy, but it is a guideline, and I think it's for historicals for the future. So that, as succession happens within the police department or within the finance department, there's some guidelines, to your point, that everybody knows what was done in the past.
Okay, thank you. That's all very helpful. I'm all set.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. Do you mind if I just have a quick follow-up on this? Do we, and Chief, from a police commission perspective, do these outside job rates, do they get revisited every year to match the increases in payroll rates, or do they just stay static and they're looked at periodically? So we have just looking at our payroll, I don't know what it is when you combine all the lines together with overtime, but we have, north of a 5% increase, which is mostly rates. So is that something that's looked at in tandem with that policy or not?
It is. In 2022, we did an analysis of all of Fairfield County and a comparison of the Fairfield County municipalities and what they were charging for police services on outside jobs. And at this point, I would say we are somewhere in the middle range as a result of that analysis. And I would say it would probably be a good idea for fiscal year 2026 budget to do a new analysis on Fairfield County and see where we stand in relation to the other departments in our area.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, that's a good idea. And perhaps even as part of the policy, there's a formal process that's built in to do that exact analysis periodically, whether it's annually, every 2 years or whatever. Ms. Ruggiero, did you have a question?
I think Jim has a question
Mr.
directly
Walsh.
on this item that would like to go first.
Okay, Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, to either the chief or deputy chief or to Frank, what is the methodology going forward with the revenues going down? Is that based on the estimated number of, police needed for jobs because of the economy and you're expecting less jobs? I mean, why is it going down? What was the methodology for having it go down per year?
Originally, I used an average, but if you look at 2021, you can see we only took $2.4 million in revenue that year. And, the prior year we had 3.6. So, 2023, we had a good number, 3.7, but I took that to, see that, I think this is a number that it's dependent on the amount of jobs that come in. And, if I talked about the fiscal cliff, and if you bleed the fund, you have to make some assumption on revenue. And I thought it was a fair assumption to, take into account the risk of getting a year where you get not enough revenue. And, that's why in 2029, you'll see there's, they still have a nice fund balance there, but that's just a projection out. So.
Okay. Between 2020 and 2024, did the amount we charged go up?
Yes.
What years did they go up? And by how much?
Chief.
I would have to get you the specific answers, but if I remember correctly, I'm going off the top of my head, I think we were like at $68 an hour, and now we are at $83 an hour. Now, if I can just add some context to that, we have some officers that are getting paid $60 an hour, and we have some officers that are getting paid, because it's based on their seniority and rank.
Yep.
So some get a little more. It balances itself out, as.
Yep. Could one of the increased years be 2023 when it went up to $3.7 million? Could that explain one of the reasons why it jumped so high that year is because you raised the rates?
I'm going to be honest, I think it was 2022. But we may have recognized that revenue in 2023.
No problem. So if you could just get us the amounts we were charging on average. I mean, I know you can't get it exactly because of the rank and seniority and stuff like that. So I'd just like to see it. And then you hear rumors that, not bad rumors, it's just that not as many police officers want to do these jobs anymore, and that you're having difficulty finding people to do the job at times, probably based on how busy utilities are and things like that. If there is no police officer available, do we go to like a flag company, or do we do something else like that? Or is the job just not covered?
You have a couple of questions in there. That's okay. I'll try to.
You could do a paragraph form,
Yep.
so I don't have to keep asking you questions.
Uh,
I think you know where I'm going.
So yeah, anecdotally, we have unfilled jobs or jobs that go unfilled on a regular basis. We have some agreements with other municipalities that don't get as many jobs. Let's say, for example, Easton. They may have some officers that are sitting home on their time off and want to come in and work a job. Once we've fulfilled our union obligations by seeing if everyone in the union wants one, then it goes outside. We also have special officers, and they sometimes fulfill the traffic officer role, and they actually do quite a few jobs every day. The special officers are not certified police officers. Those are the same people that write parking tickets. They work down at the beaches. They drive the parking authority car. So those are the same officers. Does that answer most of your question?
But generally, jobs are being filled through one of those methods.
Generally, jobs are being filled through.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's no safety issue going on with, somebody being at the corner, doing work at the corner of Ruane and Post Road, and that job not being covered, where it could be a safety issue coming around the corner or something like that.
In most cases, that is correct.
Okay.
And it's the responsibility of the road supervisors to go and inspect those jobs and make sure that there are not construction crews working on the roadway in an unsafe manner without a flagman or an officer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. So for the board, this plan, which goes forward, obviously, a number of years goes beyond the scope of this budget, and it might be a topic that we take up in another board meeting if the board has input on the policy or how the numbers are developed. So I just want to make sure we're sticking to the budget topic on this. And if there's a desire to talk about this further in terms of how the assumptions are generated, how many cars we buy, et cetera, it might be a good topic for a non-budget meeting. So additional questions on the budget? Ms. Ruggiero?
Hi, I just want to jump back to the question regarding tickets. Is there any change in legislation or the share that the town gets if we have speed cameras or red light cameras?
So currently, there is legislation that provides municipalities with the opportunity to issue speed or establish an ordinance that would then allow that municipality to use speed or red light cameras. The ordinance goes in place first, then it goes to the State Department of Transportation, where they do an analysis of maybe the suggested areas where the town sees a good place for cameras or red light speed cameras or red light cameras, and then we put together a judicial process for that system. To answer your question directly, if we did go to that ordinance and use that state statute to the benefit of the town, we would see more revenue as a result of those speed and red light cameras.
So how do we put that into action? Because that could increase our revenue, and it certainly seems like an ordinance that would be very important as opposed to some of the other ones we've had lately.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a conversation for right now. I think it's an RTM conversation, as they are the legislative body. And there is a lot of guidance out there. I recently met with roughly 25 of the RTM members 2 weeks ago. And I provided them with all the information on this new legislation. And I think it's up to them to decide based on their constituency what the appetite of the town is. And then we're going to move forward from there.
That's perfect. And then on the expenses, I guess back to my question on the staffing and getting fully loaded. Frank, I think you hit on this before, but I just want to clarify. For payroll, that is planned for no retirements, because you can't plan for that because they may not happen. Is it fully loaded for the maximum number of officers that we're allowed to have?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruggiero. Mr. Mottola?
Just and I don't need the answer right now, but put it in the Google sheet. But just going back to the overtime or the outside jobs. So 2024, we forecast 3.4 million. Can someone at some point just put it in the Google sheet or whatever, where we are right now, year to date on that, just so I get an idea of how we're doing? You can do that, Frank?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mottola. Other questions? Mr. Testani?
Just real quick, and you may have said this before, 56130. I mean, it was increase of 2,000 on cleaning and janitorial supplies. Was it more Windex? What are we?
So we recently had an OSHA visit.
Okay, I think you told me that part, right? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there was a few things that we had to purchase to make sure we were in compliance. They are very particular about what the label should say. So that kind of like limits the brands that we have to purchase. So there was a jump in that.
And just remind us on the communications line of 55300 went up 21,000 for what exactly, Eddie? I know you mentioned it.
Zero-based budgeting, we anticipated 171,800 in expenses.
Yeah,
we
that's
asked
last
for
year. Gotcha.
172.
So you averaged that out, right?
Yeah, we were in line with the FY '22 and '23 actuals.
Actuals. Yeah, okay, very good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Other questions from the board? Mr. Walsh?
Chief, does the police department have a cell phone policy in regards to who gets a cell phone? What makes them get a cell phone? Whether we reimburse people a certain amount for their own cell phone? Could you just update me on that and also address while you're doing that, what line that is in the budget?
Yeah, sure. Every officer in the police department gets a cell phone as part of their equipment. And as a result of the amount of phones we get, the discounts are greater. And then I'll let Eddie take the second part of it.
So the cell phones come out of the communications line, and that's a big part of the expenses. It's actually the majority of the expenses, but it's also iPads, modems, and SIM cards. We are up to 161 devices and/or cradle points, so that all adds up in the end.
In addition to that, all of the vehicle computers are essentially, they have their own cell phone number. So that's a part of that as well.
All right. What about non-police officers? So right now you have 109 police officers, correct? So all of them have it. I presume that includes you guys, right? You're in that 109. And what about all of the employees that are not police officers? Tell me which ones, or you can send me a list of which ones have, but is there a policy in regards to non-police officer cell phones?
We do have a policy. That was the one other thing we have a policy for all our cell phones. I will get you a list of every person in our police department that has a cell phone, civilian and non-sworn, sworn and non-sworn.
Okay, do you allow part-timers? Because I notice you have part-timers here on here to get cell phones.
We do not.
Okay. Do the specials get cell phones?
There's one supervisory special that has a cell phone.
Okay, great. All right. All of the regular payroll, the 4.99% increase, Deputy Chief Wyatt, you were very clear that obviously there's a 2.75% union increase, and that the extra amount is for the new captain who's going to be working with the ECC. And is that it that is causing that increase? That's the sole amount that's causing the increase?
There's steps that are built into there too. So, you have the 275.
Just union increases.
Yeah.
With the steps.
Yeah.
And that one office, one captain.
And then the captain coming over from the ECC. I think, and the chief can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, you know, he'd be the liaison to the ECC, but there in the backup that was provided, there are 2 org charts there. And, you know, that would be part of the duties that he would be assigned and split up.
All right. The next line, part-time payroll has gone up from $64,000 in fiscal year 21 and is now it's now budgeted for $106,470. It's an 11.29% increase for this year. Why do we keep increasing the part-time usage of part-time employee spend?
Part of
The number,
you could go first and then I could.
well, I was just going to say that was, they did get a pay increase, and the pay increase multiplied by the hours that we anticipate them working is where we got our number from.
Where are the majority of you have five part-time employees, correct? Pursuant to your.
I apologize. I thought you were asking about the special police officers.
No, because that's its own line. The specials are its own line, correct? That's the next line down? Yeah, I'm talking about just the part-time payroll employees.
Yeah, so I'll just say with the rate increases, what they've been over the years, that the minimum wage in Connecticut has went up. And this year it was tied to the CPI. So, you know, the problem that we had was, you know, you could go work at Cumberland Farms for $15 and you're only making, you know, 16 at the police department. So it was hard to, you know, retain the part-timers that they use. So, you know, as the inflation is, you know, as the CPI has gone up and minimum wage has gone up, we've increased their rates.
So it's really what's driving this is what you're really saying is that this is being driven by by the hourly rates that our legislature has changed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Frank, I'd put on the Google sheet and you were good enough to supply it some year-to-date budget reports, right? So they're there for everybody to see. And in the second column, not the 2024 approved column, but the next column, 224 actuals, I think it means plus encumbrances, plus requisitions. Is that correct? Am I getting those notations correct? Okay. Does encumbrances mean encumbrances of salaries going forward, like for the police officers and others that we have currently employed?
Yeah, yes, it would be for the people that are currently employed. Yeah.
Okay, so when I look at the 1.68, because I get a little worried when I saw $183,000, right, approximately left to spend, but that's above the encumbering of everyone's salaries, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to be clear about that. On the overtime earnings training currently in this current year, there seems to be currently, as we sit here with approximately 3 months to go, 44.57% of your budget left. Is that do you think you're going to spend that this year? I'm just trying to figure out whether next year's spend based on this year's spend is in line.
We're traditionally going under budget in that line.
Okay. Okay. You explained a couple of my questions already, so I apologize. The fees and professional line, at least as we're here today, is about $14,000 over budget. Is that because of new technology you needed to buy during the year that you didn't know about, or did some of the technology platforms that you sign on to go up like we've been hearing from our IT director?
It's two things. It's that, and it's also, we budgeted $45,000 for a testing company, and we had mass promotions this year, and the fee was about $55,000.
Okay. Is there a reason why currently your fuel and lube number is underwater right now by about $11,000? And is the number that's in the current budget before us enough to cover that based on what you've been seeing this year in usage?
very early in the year, it was brought to my attention that we accidentally pulled out a blanket larger than we should have for that particular line.
Okay. Okay. Maintenance and repair of buildings and grounds. Currently, last year you had a $66,000 budget approximately. You've only had a spend so far of, and encumbrances of 31,000. So you've got $34,000 left. Do you wait to do maintenance on the building and repairs till like the springtime after the winter's over? Do you think you're going to spend that before the end of the year?
Most likely, we
Okay.
will spend that.
So you have projects lined up of things you want to do. Okay. So then the number you have currently in the budget is still a good number. Okay. I want about this maintenance and repair of automotive, where there's like a $943,000 variance because the number was $25,000 as a budgeted number. And the spend is basically you're with encumbrances, you're minus $210,000. And can you just explain that line of where you are and how that might affect the coming year's budget?
Yeah, that's there's a fee, there's a car fee when an outside job is done. It doesn't roll into the outside jobs funds like the other fees, because I think it was because we pay for the vehicles out of this fund. And, you know, when the officers are there, they're idling. So I think when the methodology for accounting for it this way is that it's meant to offset that maintenance and repair of automotive line. So it comes in as a negative expense, and it's just how we've accounted for it.
And how is that going to affect this coming year's budget? Are we going to have that direct? Because it was $25,000 last year you had budgeted, and this year you bring the budget down to $3,750.
Yeah, so, you know, I would say I would assume that we're going to also have the similar favorability that we've had in, you know, just in the current year, you could see a negative 210,000. So
is there any reason that can't be brought down to zero based on the favorability you've been seeing?
yeah, you could put it down to zero.
Printing and binding, you look like you have currently about 62% of the budget left to spend. Do you guys do a lot of stuff in the next coming months of printing and binding, or was it just a down year that you didn't expect?
Towards the end of the year, our school safety unit
Oh, okay.
puts together a lot
Sure.
of things, and that hits that line.
Okay, that makes sense. If I jump down to your education and memberships, these numbers seem at least currently out of whack because it's showing minus 166.67%, where it's saying that you've spent almost a little bit more than double of what you anticipated. And could you just explain that and how it affects the budget going forward for next year? Because I did see you did increase it. You did increase that line for next year. So obviously, if you could just explain that.
So a couple of years back, the amount we had in there was 52,000, and it was traditionally underused. I think there was a big dip in the COVID years when people weren't going to school. We have union contractual benefit to pay for higher education that is job related. And what we saw starting last year and through this year was a surge in interest to pursue that contractual benefit. It had to do with the mass promotions. I think a lot of people saw value in continuing their education toward their promotional process. And we also have about 30 young new officers who are kind of still at the age where it's very easy for them to pursue higher education. So I think we can expect to see that contractual benefit used more over the next couple of years, but with the amount of promotions filled, probably not as much as it was this year.
Okay. And then on the training line, you explained, that's where your ammunition is in, correct? Has ammunition gone up in price?
Yes,
By about that same percentage?
correct.
Okay. And then the travel and meetings line for, the current budget we're in, you had $13,000 as a budgeted number last year. You look like you have about 53% or 54% of the money left. And I noticed that it was going down for next year. You're having it go down by about $3,000 or about 23%. Is that you expect to spend that money before the end of the year? Or is it just you guys load up later in the spring based on whatever conferences or or trainings you need to go to?
Yeah, we could potentially spend that out, but we also, some of these lines that we cut from, it was strategic, looking at lines that we could potentially put freezes on if we had to, because we were trying to take as conservative an approach as possible.
Okay. On your patrol division, in general patrol, you run 3 8-hour shifts, is that correct?
That's correct.
In a day, correct? Okay. How many lieutenants are on per shift?
We have one patrol lieutenant per shift who is the shift commander.
Okay. We're going to be hearing from our friends at the fire department soon, and they're doing a program where they want to increase dramatically the number of lieutenants, and they think that it's better for safety to do that, and we're going to get into that. Would it improve your safety if we put a lieutenant in every patrol car?
Would it improve?
Would increase the security and safety of our town if in the patrol car we put a lieutenant in every police car?
I'm not sure if we could really compare our
Okay.
ranks to theirs.
All right. Another question I have, you just had a big, you guys had to do a big policing for this sham jam that just happened. Did the town have to expend additional funds for overtime? Do you have an estimate on what our overtime costs were increased for that?
So we don't have the numbers for Sham Jam yet, but I can just give you some historical that for events that involve Fairfield University, even the unsanctioned ones like Sham Jam, there's always pre-planning where we kind of project how many officers we think we need. And for the most part, they will cover 100% of those overtime expenses. And if in the last minute we decide we have to increase by a certain amount of officers, we will usually split the cost with them at that rate.
So the university is paying for those extra overtime costs, paying the town?
The majority, yes.
Oh, great partner. Okay, thanks.
Just to dovetail off that, Lori, was that true? I know I referenced earlier SantaCon, which for whatever reason seemed to generate more negative publicity. Was that also reimbursed by Fairfield U?
I can get you the exact numbers, but a large portion of it, the majority of it was.
Okay, great. And just real quick on one thing that Mr. Walsh and a few of us were referencing with regard to the captain. And Frank, stop me if I'm wrong. Wasn't the salary for the captain in the ECC line a year ago? Is that right?
Yes.
So in essence, it was really a transfer, right? We're not, am I right with that? That dollar amount, right, was transferred in essence out of that budget into this line item. Am I right with that? Maybe
Yeah, it was-
slightly more?
It was a transfer from one fund to the other. So in the general fund, you're going to increase headcount, but in the FCRD fund, that there's a portion that's paid by the participants of the FCRD. So it's not exactly a one-for-one transfer.
Okay, gotcha. And on the education, is it 50%? The education reimbursement based on, I'm guessing, a B or better? Or the education line you mentioned, more officers or?
The contractual benefit, I believe, is 100%.
Oh, is it 100? Nice.
They'll reimburse 100% up to a criminal justice or related field,
So bachelor's,
up to a bachelor's degree, yes.
so nothing toward a master's.
That's correct.
Okay, gotcha. Very good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Testani. Thank you, Mr. Walsh, for your detailed questions as well. Other questions on this budget?
Can I
Okay.
just
um,
make a statement, Lori, or were you done?
I don't think we're done with we still have to go through the ECC.
Right,
With these
sorry.
guys, so are you?
No, no, go
Have to
ahead.
do with this,
All right.
okay.
Yep, go ahead.
All right, so, we have, so next in sequence in the agenda, we actually have animal control, and then we have the ECC. So, Chief, I'll leave this up to you. Do you want to just take a break and do animal control quickly and then circle back, or
Yeah, I think we should do animal control. and
let
Stay in the order.
Mr. Miller, get out of here?
I think there's puppies he has to tend to.
Yes, okay. All right, and then we'll do that, and then we'll circle back to the ECC. Okay. All right, so for everyone's reference, and the public, animal control is on page 152 of the budget book. And we have Paul Miller here to present that budget.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we'll start with just the basic revenues. We have minimal revenues. The revenues are designed on 3-year averages. These all revenues are set by state. And so the amount of money that we get is set by the state of Connecticut. There are law changes that reflect in here. You'll notice that under quarantine fees, they changed the law for quarantine, so we are not getting as many quarantine dogs as we are, which is good for us because it's a dangerous situation when you're handling and taking care of dogs that bite people. So it's a good reflection on safety for us. So that's the that's the end of that. Any questions on that, on revenue?
No, you can go ahead into expenses.
Okay, expenses just dictate, they just show several things. One is a step increase for one of our full-time animal control officers who just started late last November. And the other revenue increases for part-time payroll, and that reflects, as you spoke about before, an increase in their salaries. They are all part-time, and it was found that they were drastically under budgeted for that. Just to reflect on that, we had a kennel keeper who was making $16 an hour who was there for over 30 years. So we raised her up at the request of then Deputy Chief Broderick, who thought it was a disgrace. So that's what we ended up doing. The rest of the budget is pretty stagnant. There are no major changes. There's no major drivers. I think the thing that you really want to hear about is the overtime costs, though, that we did get a handle on. We hired a new assistant animal control officer as of late November. She started training in December. She started going out actively on the road in January. And I think you will see a direct reflection of the limited overtime costs from January on. So I think we have control of the overtime. I think that's what you're waiting to hear us say. And we do have control over that. And Frank, thank you for your assistance during that. And any questions?
Thank you for that summary. Appreciate it. Questions from the board? Mr. Stark?
The introductory summary says the department impounds 200 to 400 animals yearly, but the town website says 400 to 600. Which one is correct?
That has been under debate almost every year when we have a budget. If you have a cruelty seizure case, that can skew that to 200 or 300 or 400 a year. I think it's more realistically from 100 to 200, but last year we did have a large cruelty seizure case, which skewed it over 200. So I don't want to misrepresent that and tell you we're getting less than what we actually do, but it's not definite.
And then
Cats and dogs, we impounded 26 dogs and 22 cats from the same house. Yeah.
Could we just do a average for 5 years to come up with whatever the number is?
Sure. Sure, it's an inexact science, though. I mean, the average isn't going to maintain. The 1 year it's going to be over, and the next year it's going to be under, so.
And you're able to adopt out 32,100. The rest are put down, I assume?
Very, very few are put down.
Oh.
These days, you have access to some rescue groups. We do have animals with social dilemmas that weren't socially, they were awkward. We will describe them as unique and a challenge, and we do adopt most of them out. It just takes time. And
So some are adopted out, but some are taken away by humane societies and.
correct, Humane Society, private rescue groups, other towns.
And that doesn't qualify as adopting out as defined here, correct? That's a different.
It's considered transfer.
Okay.
Is what it is.
Where is animal food in your budget? Is that special departmental supplies?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is that adequate? And I ask because one of the boys in my scout troop for his Eagle project did a fundraiser where he stood outside of Petco for 4 days and gave people shopping lists. You probably know what I'm talking about. And it sounded like you guys were really glad to get that. So I'm wondering, should we be appropriating a little bit more?
I don't think you should, just for the reason that that's unique. The cruelty case we were going through when that was raised is unique. Remember, we had animals of our own at the shelter before we impounded the animals from the cruelty case. When you have about 30 cats and you're feeding them twice a day, which is mandatory because of the shape they were in, you're going through cases and cases of food in just one day. And it adds up. I have to say that the public response to our need was absolutely tremendous. And this budget, while it reflects being over drastically on special department supplies, could have been double that without the public response. And it's sorely needed, and it's received.
Okay, last one from me. You don't seem to have much of a social media presence. The link on the town website doesn't work. Facebook page is empty. Links to other adoption groups don't work. So I'm wondering, how are we getting the word out about the animals that are there? And do you need a budget for it?
I'll take responsibility for that. We recently changed over our website and we're working on that. We recently assigned someone to do our social media, and we often work in conjunction with the Animal Control Office to try to promote the needs of the Animal Control Office. So I'll take responsibility for the lack of social media presence on that.
That's all for me.
Chief, would the increase to that piece that you're focusing on be in the communications line back on your department, or are you going to create a line perhaps for Paul for a communications line to get to Mr. Stark's question?
No, we have an officer assigned to that does that role. As from a social media standpoint, they fall under the police department. We often augment their efforts in advertising for
the animal control.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is that Mr. Mottola?
Yes, that's me. So Paul, thanks for coming out. So basically, you were hiring a new assistant animal control officer. That's going to help reduce the overtime, right?
We have hired one, and it has already.
It has
If
already.
you really want to dig into it, start with January,
Yeah.
because it's 1 month. She was hired in early December, late November. And there's about 30 days of training. She's a great ACO. She has 15 years experience from another town. So she can be trained in a short time. So she has been effective and on the job basically since January. And you'll notice that the overtime costs have gone down since that's been effective. So we're good.
It's going up for next year, but it's not. It would go up a lot more if you didn't have her. Okay.
Remember, this fiscal year is going to be skewed also because from July through December, to move one step forward, we had to move a step back.
Yeah.
And what we did is we were already somewhat hurting in personnel, and then we had to drop a full-time secretary and a part-time assistant animal control officer. And I'm kind of naive because I thought we could hire somebody in a quick manner, but you have to deal with job descriptions, unions, job advertising, interviews, and then availability when you pick somebody. So it took about 6 months to about 5 months, maybe 3 months for the acceptance, but it took longer than what I thought. So the first half of overtime will kind of reflect as a disaster, but the second half will be more of a reflection of reality.
Yeah, so that's great. I just want to say, stop. You guys do a great job over there. I mean, for years, I just, this past summer on a Sunday, there was a bat in my house and I called and you came out and we didn't get the bat, but my point is, it's just, it's happened a few times over living in Fairfield for many years. You respond right away, and I think the citizens really appreciate that. So, and I think people should understand that. So thanks for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Mottola. Mr. Curley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize, I'm going back to the revenue page for a moment. You mentioned that the rules for quarantine fees have changed. I noticed that the actuals last year were 0. It's a very small dollar amount in the budget. Is this something that should just go to 0?
It's kind of like it's your decision to make. I'll give you a little background on it. We used to quarantine all dogs that bit off property at the shelter or at a veterinary establishment or boarding kennel. That's state law. They changed the law. Now, any dog bite where a dog has a valid rabies shot, an animal control officer can choose where that quarantine is. 99% of the time, unless there's a bad record or a danger to the public in general, that choice is going to be at the owner's residence or at a veterinary establishment. It's not going to be at our establishment, basically for the safety of the crew. So that number is going to be very close to almost 0 every year.
Thank you. And I'll agree. Thank you for all your services. Do a great job.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Miller, is there any way to increase any of your revenue? Do you have any independent control over your fees, or are they just all state fees?
Yeah, they're all state fees.
Yep.
The dog license fees are set by the state.
Yep.
Sales and redemptions are set by the state. I mean, you can generate more revenue by hiring more people to pick up more dogs,
Okay.
but you're going to be paying more people to pick
Yeah.
up the dogs, and the revenue is not going to match the.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't match, right? So, okay. And then looking at your year-to-date budget currently, we talked about the overtime, so I'm not going to talk about that. So, but my one question goes back to, I think Mr. Stark asked the question, the really only drastic change, it's a negative, is currently you're about $10,800 behind as we sit here today in your supplies line. Was that because of that one case of neglect on those dogs and animal abuse?
That's correct.
So it cost $10,800 approximately because of what you were saying, how malnourished they were and how much food you were going through and all that other stuff.
Correct. And that's just not just dog food, it's any other supplies
Sure.
that the animals get, which can get expensive.
Sure.
And the animals have certain needs. Offhand, I can say just anything that you get your pet at home, this is what we would have to get them here.
All right. I'm surprised. I thought your fees in the professional service line would have gone up as well this year because of that same thing with having to bring in vets, but maybe they offered their time for free or anything, some things like that.
They did.
Okay.
I don't want to advertise, but
That's fine.
we had one fantastic veterinarian who did thousands of dollars of service for free. She did it at the time of the cruelty case. She dedicated a whole day to the shelter, actually 2 days, to examine every single animal that came in for that case. And it was important to our case for her to do that. So without naming names, we do have support from the Yeah.
Well, obviously, thanks for that, resident, and also thanks to your office for making that all happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any other questions for Mr. Miller? Okay, well, Mr. Miller, again, on behalf of all of us, thank you for everything that you do for the town. We all appreciate it.
Might be able to take a day off, Paul, right? Let you have an assistant.
All right, good
Yeah.
night. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is emergency communications. For the members of the public, just to be clear about how this is presented in the materials, the Emergency Communication Center, or ECC as it's referred to in the budget book, is included in the public safety section on page 162, but it's presented there as a single line item of expense at 2.3 million. The detail of that 2.3 million is included in a full separate budget for the ECC, which is presented as a self-supporting fund on pages 259 through 261 of the budget book. So in that self-supporting section, we'll go through it. You'll see page 261, the ECC has total budgeted expenses of 3.9 million. Those expenses are partially offset by revenues of 1.6, and that gets you to the 2.3 million of expense for the town of Fairfield, which flows through our general fund. We will go through both the revenues and the expenses. I also want to point out, in addition to the budget pages, there is additional backup material related to this budget. So page 3 of the posted backup for this evening includes a document entitled Fairfield County Regional Dispatch Management Plan. Page 7 includes a summarized look at the ECC budget and a plan going forward through 2030. And then page 8 includes a job description for the individual to lead the ECC, which we discussed, which the chief discussed in the opening, and I assume we will discuss further. So multiple pages of backup for the board. I think it's best to direct us. I'm sure the chief wants to, or maybe he's already given his opening summary, but in terms of the budget pages, again, 259 through 261 are the details of the budget that we will be going through. So with that said, I'll turn it back over to the chief and the assistant chief and take us through this however you would like to.
Thank you. So as stated earlier, the Fairfield Police budget proposes to transfer the Fairfield County Regional Dispatch Center captain into the police budget. And the part of that switch that is significant to the FCRD budget is to replace that captain position with a civilian director in order to achieve a longer-term plan of sustainable, specialized, effective, and efficient management of the FCRD. This plan was prepared by, voted on, and approved by the FCRD Control Board. Understanding that this plan requires a significant increase in the payroll portion of the budget, we aim to make several cuts in discretionary lines in order to offset the costs as much as possible. The other notable proposed increase is in the overtime replacement line, which accounts for anticipated personnel vacancies that will have to be backfilled on an overtime basis. Regarding the discretionary lines, worth noting is the lack of historical data on actuals. We really only had FY23 fourth quarter actuals and FY24 first and second quarter actuals to forecast our budgetary needs in our discretionary lines. I'd just like to briefly expand on the needs and the justifications that brought us to the staffing proposals. The FCRD was and still is a major project spanning several years and 5 police administrations. Since this was such a drastic change from our previous emergency communication center model, there was no playbook with tried and true paths to success. Further, each administration was involved in their own unique phase of the project, from conceptualizing and researching to planning and building, and finally to implementation, evaluation, and course correction, which our current administration is in now. The FCRD became fully operational in March of 2023, and we have been evaluating and course correcting since then. As we assess many important factors in the workspace, several issues became evident in areas including insufficient staffing, forced overtime, supervision gaps, lack of standard operating procedures, lack of IT support, equipment unreliability, workflow inefficiencies, low morale, and low job satisfaction. Knowing that the FCRD is the main hub of emergency communications and the foundation of all of our emergency responses, not just for the town of Fairfield, but now also for our partnering towns, we had to simultaneously take immediate actions that would mitigate some of the more pressing issues while also preparing long-term plans for sustainable, effective, and efficient functioning of the center. Our immediate actions included reallocating personnel resources from the police department to the FCRD. We currently have a patrol sergeant reassigned to assist with supervision and drafting of unified standard operating procedures, and we have a patrol officer reassigned to assist with IT issues. These come at a compounding cost to the Fairfield Police Department as they create vacancies that generate overtime costs. Our long-term planning is a phased approach that aims to establish the necessary layers of supervision and oversight, resolve IT and equipment reliability issues, resolve workflow and continuity of operations issues, resolve morale and personnel matters, and drive down the costs of unsustainable Band-Aid solutions to recurring problems. And we are happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the summary. Okay, questions from the board? Mr. Stark.
It would be helpful if we could, for the ECC, like we do for the other departments, to get the FTE equivalents. Is that possible?
I believe on page 262, there are is the personnel summary. Is that what you're looking for?
Mr. Stark, are you all set?
Yeah, I'm all set.
Okay, sorry,
In the wrong
I
part
wasn't
of
sure
the
if you hit your mic. Mr. Penley?
Mr. Curley.
Mr. Curley, I can't tell, you're all in a line. I can't tell whose hand is whose. Okay, John, you call on people.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I take that as a compliment. Just a little bit of color on the contingency line. Obviously, we're seeing a big increase there, up almost 367,000. But can you elaborate on what goes into that contingency line?
A part of it, sorry, colleagues can chime in on this, but a part of it is related to additional staffing needs. And part of it's related to salaries, and we go over the details in executive session, but there's some money in there for, like I said, staffing needs to be determined by the civilian director.
Understood. Thank you.
Lori, I had a quick one. I just kind of separately asked the chief and deputy chief where the new supervisor is. Where would they be in the personnel summary, and where are they in the salary line, or is it already factored in?
So the sergeant that I referenced that we reassigned, we're paying their salary out of the Fairfield Police Department budget.
Right, now I'm asking where is the new supervisor? Where, right?
It's accounted for in the page 262. You'll see a civilian director line. It's accounted for in the regular payroll. The contingency amount is related to other positions.
I see. Thanks, Frank. Okay, got it.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Just to follow up on that, I thought the civilian director was a swap for the former police captain, so.
Yeah, I just looked at that. It's misstated. I could provide a corrected page.
Okay. So the head count's consistent. It's just a different individual.
Correct.
Okay.
So is the salary different, Frank?
No, I use the captain's salary as a placeholder. Just also looking at talking with HR.
It could be different. We just don't know yet, right?
Correct.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay. Other questions on this budget?
So, I mean, just to, I guess, just to clarify what you were saying at the beginning. So the cost here is the transfer in line in the revenue. That's the cost. That's Fairfield's contribution to this. Is that the way to understand that?
So account 49201 transfers in Fairfield is the cost to the town. That's its split between the other participants. And that's after netting out the state grants. So you net out the state grants, and then the remaining cost to cover for the facility that's left is split between the town of Fairfield, which is shown in 49201, and the participants of the ECC, which is 41129.
So then the only like additional cost here is just that there's going to be a police captain who, at least until they find the civilian director, will really be kind of fulfilling the oversight role there.
I would say that's the way I would put it is it's a major driver. If you look at, if you look at the expense lines in the budget, there are some things that are increasing. There's some lines that are offsetting, but there are other costs increasing. But I would say that's one of the major drivers. The cost of but like I said, it's just a replacement from a captain to a civilian dispatcher. So, that's actually, I misspoke. The cost is really in the contingency as the driver for those two positions, because there was a captain in the budget last year and the civilian dispatcher is going to be paid about the same amount. That's a wash. So in the contingency account is really what's carrying this increase. And then, some of the ancillary increases and offset are also in there.
Okay, thank you.
Just real quick, Lori, Frank probably has an answer to this. The capital outlay line was zeroed out. I just wondered why it had 50 in there at one point. Was so it's line 57000.
It's still zeroed out. I think you're looking at the postage. Sorry, it's 50,000. I think you're looking at the postage, which is zero.
No, right. It's right. So what I'm asking is why is it 50 is, I guess, my question.
That 50,000 is just the recognition that, this is a facility and at some point it will need improvements. So similar to the regional fire school, the thought was that we should build in an amount of money into this fund's balance so we can pay for any things that are needed to be done to the facility.
When you say anything that would be done to the facility, you're talking about physical improvements or?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Yeah, I'm just reading your summary on 263. You describe it as continued maintenance. Is that money that we've been spending this year? Have we had?
That was my next question, Lori. Thank you.
No, we spent, I think the only thing we've spent was about 7,000 out of that line. But that's it. I believe that there's going to be 50. Essentially, that's kind of like a contribution to surplus to say that we're going to transfer 50,000 to this fund balance at the end of the year.
Just curious, why wouldn't that be in contingency? Just out of my own, because it's really not a capital outlay, right? I mean, it sounds more like a contingency.
Yeah, I mean, people could debate about where it should be budgeted. I think it's recognition that it's really for the maintenance of the building.
Okay, other questions on this budget? Mr. Walsh?
Yeah. So the overtime earnings replacements is running over by $205,000 from last year's, like basically $206,000. So it's basically going to be costing us, Frank, is that $505,937? What's been encumbered so far?
Well, we don't encumber the overtime, so those are actuals.
So that's
through
505 is the actuals to date? And what's it expected to get to by the end of the year?
I think,
This year.
Police or Captain Esposito may be able to answer the question. But, you know, I think when he speaks about it, I think one of the things that he would note is that there were a number of vacancies as far as dispatchers in the facility this year. So what we had in overtime costs isn't necessarily indicative of how we're going to end the year, because many of those vacancies have been filled. So it's really, you know, the only way you could project is we haven't been fully staffed, and now we're being close to fully staffed in the ECC. So, you know, it would be a hard number. It would be a hard number to project out to the future, but I don't know if you guys can provide any more insight on that.
Sure, I'll just correct Frank. That is not really a true statement that says we will be, I guess, projecting towards a difference towards the end of the year, because now a lot of people are using their contractual time off as the end of the year gets closer. So I think we're going to maintain that same. And Felix, Captain Esposito, who manages the FCRD, will probably be able to answer most of your questions regarding to staffing in a quick statement.
Sure, Captain Felix Esposito.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Just to touch upon some of the staffing issues. So when I took over the FCRD in September of this year, so after the fiscal year started, we were set at 19 telecommunicators instead of the 22 that were budgeted for. Two of those positions were filled in January, and they came off training in January, which means they can actually fill a billet. We still have one telecommunicator on training. So when that person is finished with their training program, we'll be fully staffed to 22. So we've been carrying those 3 vacancies for most of the fiscal year so far.
Okay. And those vacancies are filled with overtime from others of the other 19 that are there?
They are, like a police department or fire department. It's a one-for-one replacement.
Yeah. All right. I would have imagined that if we did not have those 3, that there would have been a wider gap of a favorability on your current payroll. Why isn't there a larger favor? Because right now, Frank, correct me if I'm wrong on that number, it looks like there's going to be a $93,000 favorability, correct? And that's only through today, correct?
Are you talking about the regular payroll line?
Yes.
It'd be through today, but it's also encumbering the regular salaries of, you know, it's
Of the
also
3?
of the new people that are coming on, yeah.
But it's only the 3 when were they coming on?
Do you know when?
So to get the timeline right, I hired 2 of those folks in October.
Sure.
Even though they're not filling a billet for us, we're still paying their salary.
Yes. Oh, they're going through training?
They're going through training.
Yeah, okay.
So
Okay, got that. Okay. I understand. That makes more sense now.
It cost
Okay.
me straight time for that dispatcher and time and a half over their shoulder.
Gotcha. Now I understand it. So I forgot that during training, we're paying them. So that's why I was, okay. Thank you for that. And the comparison to how much it's costing the town of Fairfield to have this versus how much it used to cost us, is there any place that summarizes that? Can we find some comparison? I mean, is it costing us more? Is it costing us less because we're part of a regional facility? How do we know what we're really kind of getting? Like, I understand it's a new facility. I understand the state's chipping in because they're trying to facilitate regional facilities. But how do we compare whether this was a better situation for us or not? And how does it a better bang for the buck for the taxpayer?
I mean, what I would say is that, you know, we budgeted this fund separately, you know, beginning in FY23. So you know, to do a comparison, you'd theoretically have to, you know, forecast out what the expenses would have been on the old regime. But the way I look at it is, I don't think we're going back to just us. So I don't I just don't know where it gets you to do the
No,
comparison besides.
Well, I'll tell you
knowing-
where it gets to me with the comparison. If it's 5 times as much money as it used to be, and we're still just getting our stuff taken care of in town, then it's a loser. I mean, there's no financial way you could look at that. So that's why I want to know. So how do I figure that out? Even if you
So-
had to project.
Yeah,
Well-
Mr. and Jim, and Frank, why wouldn't we be able to just look at the historicals for the ECC that we have in the budget book? So if you go back to page 162, right? Before we broke this out into a separate fund, we have going back to fiscal 21. So we have the details of the ECC, and I don't know if it's apples to apples or not. Or if there were, if this was a fully loaded budget, if you will, or if we had other costs that were in other budgets. But there we see the details forget about the details. We have the total for fiscal 21 and 22. And then we do have the comparisons to the current. It's just, you just have to compare the bottom line.
Yeah, you could do that, but it's not a complete comparison because large expenses like health insurance, pension, other post-employment benefits, those would have been captured in
Those would have been elsewhere. Okay.
Those would have been
And so that's good. So I guess in order to answer Mr. Walsh's question, we don't have a fully loaded budget in fiscal 21 and 22 to compare it to, but maybe I can ask something different but related. If we go to page 259, which is the revenue page, we see, the transfers in for Fairfield, that's the cost that's being absorbed in the general fund. And that's going up 25%. We have the revenue from the other two. So we have the state grant, which is flat for the year. And then we have the revenue from the other towns that's going up 8%. How is that? Should that, in relative terms, would we expect those to be consistent? The revenues that we're charging other towns? We had some discussions about this as the facility was coming together, and there was some vagueness about the fee structures for the other towns, but I'm just trying to understand how, how the revenue that we're charging out, or the costs that we're charging out that we're asking the other communities to share in, those are about, in terms of percentages, those are about a third of what our cost increase is. So what's in our number that doesn't get charged out to other, to Westport and New Canaan Fire, I guess is the question.
Yeah, when I was looking at this, I thought that the percent, you would expect the percentage increases to be, consistent, but I think it's just the way the math works out. There's nothing really that we're, adding in after the fact that we account for the state revenue. And I have the spreadsheet that breaks out the, I could share the formula for how it gets broken out.
But does the formula charge them a percent of because I thought the reason we put this in a separate fund is we have a separate entity, we know the costs, and then those costs are shared depending on how many communities participate in, in this regional center, right? So, is that the case? Is it a cost sharing formula, or is it a fixed cost that we are charging?
It's a cost sharing formula. I think it's 67% the town of Fairfield, 33% for the town of Westport.
Okay. On that basis, you would expect to see, the revenue go up as much as you would expect to see that other ECC subsidy number go up by the same percentage as the transfers in for Fairfield.
Yeah,
right?
and one thing that I'm leaving out is there was an assumption in prior years for additional revenue that we expected when the facility came on to onboard other towns, as I guess you could say clients. But I thought that I felt that we shouldn't keep that in the budget because it's not guaranteed that we're going to get those new municipalities. And I think from the management plan, I think there's work that needs to be done to get this on a good foot for the current partners.
No, I agree with that. I guess we have now the facility is operational, and I'm just saying if we have a pool of costs and we're allocating them, 67%, 33%, I'm still not following why everybody's costs are not increasing by the same percentage. Unless there's something that we are, and I don't know if it's this fund balance thing or this contingency thing, but what is it that the town of Fairfield is picking up that's not being shared?
That's not it. So like I said, there's the town of Westport, which is captured in this other ECC subsidy, but then there was an assumption for another town coming on that I took out. So their portion, so this line is being offset by I'm taking that revenue for the onboarding of another municipality out of here. So it's not a 1-for-1. If I had kept that in, then you'd see these, grow by a proportional amount, but I took that other piece out.
But if we brought another town in, Frank, we would benefit and Westport would presumably benefit, right? Because then that pool of costs that we have is being shared by an additional community. So right now we have a fixed cost pool. And it seems like from this, without understanding the formula, it seems like Fairfield is picking up a disproportionate share of the total pool of costs. And we don't, if you want to go back and look at it, we can do that. But I just like to get that question answered.
I think you're right, and that's how it was worked. But I think in the budget, it just wasn't budgeted that way. I think the cost got netted out, and then I'm just positive about it. I could share it with you, but like I said, I'm taking revenue out. I'm taking assumed revenue from onboarding municipalities out of that 41129 line. So this is just reflective of the 67-33% split after the state grants, because there's no other, assumed municipalities in here. It's just the other revenue.
Okay, and so maybe I'm just being obtuse here, but if assuming that's the case, I would expect their costs to go up as much as our costs, not ours to go up 24% and theirs to go up 8%. That's where I'm struggling. So maybe
I 100% agree with you, and that's my problem with it. Is that's what we were always told, is that we were going to share in it. So I would have expected, like you, Ms. Charlton, that their number go up the same percentage our number goes up. Even if it's only 1/3. It's just their 1/3 should be going up by the 24%.
Yeah, but it just wasn't, but that's not how it was reflected in the prior. That's not how it was reflected in the prior. I don't think it was reflected properly in the prior budget. So that's why you're seeing, when I take it out, you're seeing this disproportionate effect. But like I said, I have the sheet that shows how it's being split, and I can send it. And if anybody has, if we have questions about it or something that needs to be refined, we could do that.
So Frank, are you saying that it's just a weird situation with the way our prior year's budget was reflected, and that next year it's going to be the exact same percentage going forward from now on? That I'll see if next year it goes up 8% for Fairfield, it's going to go up 8% for the other ECC subsidy.
I think the way that, to your point, I think the way that we could potentially avoid this confusion is creating another budget line. So you have, the town of Fairfield in one budget line, town of Westport in another budget line, and then other clients in another budget line. Mm-hmm. So you can clearly see the revenue from new clients versus the revenue in Westport. So if there's a change in assumption with some of these other clients, that there's not this misunderstanding of the percentages in the share. I think that would be the best way to show it.
So Frank, are you saying the fiscal 24 revenue number was incorrect or whatever? We had an assumption in there that we would bring in other municipalities. That never materialized. And so as a result of having an artificially high number last year, we're showing an artificially low increase for the other ECC subsidy this year. I think that's what you're saying?
Yes. Okay.
So basically then, if we were to look at the actuals for this fund this year, this we would have negative performance to budget because we assumed some revenue that didn't materialize. And that's what's mucking up the year-over-year comparisons.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think just to clarify, if you want to maybe just send the backup to the formula, I think that would be helpful. But I understand what you're saying now. So from 23 to 24, we had a very large jump in assumed revenue from other communities. So we went from 392,000 to 1158. So that 1158, you're saying, did not fully materialize. Okay, but it's 1250 and 25. So yeah, maybe just send us the details. It sounds like it's a comparison issue versus what you're representing to us is that we do in fact have a 67-33% split in the cost pool here. And it's just a function of that we're comparing to bad numbers from last year.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Yeah, if you can get us maybe the analysis and put it with the information. We have our meeting for follow-up items coming up on Tuesday of next week. So, if we can have it before then, that'd be great. But thank you. Jim, did you have a more?
I just think that we need to meet as a board and get this straightened out on how this is going to be presented in the future, because these percentages should be equal.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the town and the taxpayers have got to know that the partnership is working and that it's 1/3, 2/3. And right now, this doesn't show that. It's whatever reason that is, we'll get to the bottom of it. And I hear what you're saying, Frank, that maybe some of the assumptions are wrong, and maybe they were. But going forward, this place is now fully opened. And I think that however we're going to present the budget, we should probably discuss somewhere before the next budget comes up. So that we can be on the same page on how it's going to show in the budget and with the revenue that we're all paying the same increase.
Yeah, I think that's what proposing that additional rep line would do. I think it would just make everything easier to follow. So I think that gets everybody to that goal.
I'd add, let's take a look if we can actually maybe do that as an adjustment for the approval, so that it's very clear as this budget is set and move forward. And you're going to see the other municipal line go basically down to zero because we have no other partners in it. And then you see the Westport one appropriately go up. But let's see if we can work on that in time for the approval.
Yeah, because the way it looks right here is Westport and New Canaan Fire are getting a bargain going up 8%, and we're going up 24.27%.
Yeah. So it's just a budgetary thing. And, if we could do that for the current budget, but it'll still, I can't change what I budgeted for FY24. So the comparison issue is still going to be there, but we'll have it in the budget.
Yeah, I'd like to see your forms that Ms. Charlton requested, and then maybe we can schedule some time in a future meeting so that before we go into next budget season, we're all on the same page on what we're expecting to see, I guess. Or you could explain to us, give us an example of what it's going to look like.
Yeah, I think that would be good. And I appreciate that, Mr. Walsh. And part of what I thought was a little bit, and maybe the chief will remember this, I remember I don't recall if we actually went into an executive session, but I think there was some sensitivity about discussing some of these projected revenues for communities that we were in the midst of negotiating with. And so it was a little vague, and that may be part of the reason why we had all this lumped into one line item versus broken out separately. So to the extent we take up your suggestion, Mr. Walsh, and I think it's a good one, we may have to just think about the format of how we have those discussions and what makes sense, at least until such time as, any agreements are finalized. I mean, listen, I think at the end of the day, what I'm hearing is that these were badly needed changes, and realistically, we're not going to be successful in attracting additional communities into this thing until it's running properly. And we're taking all these steps to do that. And, that's evident and we see it. So we'll get the backup from Frank. We will follow up, Jim, on your suggestion at the appropriate time and go from there. That's good for everyone.
Can I ask just an administrative question? So Lori, to your point, if I include this in the Google Sheet when we meet on the 26th, it would be part of the posted backup. But I think from what you said.
No, and that's fine, because
Yeah.
I don't think that's anything, listen, if we had an assumption in last year's budget, it's fine to break out what that was. I think the sensitivity was, I think, having discussions in a public meeting about some of this stuff while we were negotiating with other communities. So that would be more of an issue going forward versus, I think, answering this question.
Okay, understood.
Okay,
Can I just add one point of clarification?
of course.
Westport did not come over until March of 2023. So under FY '23 actual, that 392,769 is the number that they contributed because they were only a part of the ECC for the last 4 months.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
I think we're more stuck on the 24 to 25 comparison versus the,
Understood.
yeah.
That's what I'm more concerned in now that we're up and running, to see it so that we're all like paying the equal amount of the increase for whatever it is, whatever it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Are there, Mr. Testani?
I just have a couple, like, sort of related, but maybe general questions. So, Chief, right now, it's Fairfield and Westport and New Canaan Fire, correct? Am I right with that? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Captain Esposito, sorry.
that's correct. And you can throw in Westport EMS as well.
Okay. And I believe Westport EMS, Captain, stop me if I'm wrong, was part of the original plan as well. Is that right?
Yes, they fall under the Westport Police Department essentially.
Okay. And to get, I believe Ms. Charlton mentioned, or maybe it was Frank. And I think in part of our discussions, we were looking for other towns potentially to come on board. And I think there were a couple mentioned. Are we in current negotiations with other towns to come into the ECC, or are we done as far as the participation, or what is the plan in terms of creating more partnerships?
We're currently not in negotiations with any specific municipalities, but the plan certainly is to bring others in the future.
And when you say others in the future, are you speaking of neighboring communities? Would that be fair to say?
It would be fair to say.
And let's just talk about so what would you consider, Captain, to be the first full day of operation for the ECC?
Can you restate that question?
So, in other words, like we've been speaking about, Ms. Charlton referenced it as well. The ECC and Mr. Walsh, the ECC is up and going full steam ahead, right? We've got, and I'm sorry, you might have said this, Captain, 22, right now, full-time, right?
22 full-time telecommunicators staff the center, correct?
When did the center first become fully operational? Maybe not with all 22, let's say, but well, the first day it went live, so to speak.
Sure. It merged in March of 2023. So in
A year
20
ago.
A year ago this month, it was fully functional in terms of all the municipalities were participating and all the telecommunicators were working.
When you say all, so you're speaking of 17 or 20, what would you consider all?
Well, I don't have the historical numbers. Again, we are not, we are at 22
But it hasn't
on
always been that.
paper.
I understand.
One is still in training.
Right.
And when I took over in September, we were at 19. So between March of 2023 and September of 2023, I think it fluctuated maybe a low of 17 or 18, and then we started building up to the current level.
So those fluctuations should be reflected in the regular payroll line, correct?
It'd be reflected in the regular payroll and the
Right.
vacancy, the vacancy backups for that. So if
Right.
there's, in the regular payroll account.
Right, got it. Okay. And what would you consider, do we have statistics? Is it more of this could be more of a police commission question, but I'm really curious on what the success rate, or how are you measuring, I guess, would be my question, of how, I guess two pieces to this. So one, We know in general how long it takes a police officer to come on board as a certified police officer. Basically, it's a year from what the chief was telling us and other meetings we've had. So how long would it take a new person applying for a position at the dispatch center to be considered on board or ready to go on their own? That's A. And B, what would be the current way to measure someone's success as a telecommunications operator? Am I saying the title correct? I may not have that right.
Sure. So the time period is much less. So there's no police academy for dispatchers. Their day one is on the job training, so to speak. There's no set state standard for how long that training period has to be. It varies by center and complexity and size. We typically hover around the 5 to 6 month mark to get somebody from a training status to working on their own.
Background checks, I mean, not you personally, but the police department too?
Yes, and I do some of those, so I've only hired a few people at this point. But we have to advertise for the position, we have to run interviews, et cetera, hire them, do a background check. So there is some time prior to the first date.
About 6 months or so.
It's probably a 3 to 4 month process on the front end, but we get them on their own much quicker than a police officer.
Well, and to get sort of the kind of the line of questioning Mr. Walsh had a little bit, how do the statistics of what we've provided Fairfield residents so far in the ECC compare to what the response time would have been by calling, let's say, the Fairfield Police regular phone number a year ago? Like, is there some way to measure?
I'm not sure there is. It's difficult to quantify. I think it's a qualitative judgment on how well the dispatchers are performing their jobs.
So how do you measure that? Or is there a measurement tool in place?
There probably isn't a really good measurement tool. I think it comes down to department satisfaction, how the individual departments feel they're being served by the telecommunicators. There are certainly national standards about how quickly we answer a 911 call, how quickly we dispatch a call for service.
How long they're on the phone with the resident who calls, how they address their issues, those kinds of things.
Exactly.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the budget? Mr. Walsh?
Captain Esposito, do people up there have cell phones? Is that part of your communications line?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Do any of the dispatchers or any of the employees have cell phones that we pay for?
No, sir. No.
Okay, okay. I just
Not
wanted
part of
to-
the equation.
So your communications line is strictly communications expenses for up at the dispatch center?
Correct.
Completely different type of communications line as the police department has?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have, Ms. Charlton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any other questions on this budget? Okay, so we have some follow-up items that we'll get from Frank. I think we're all set here. So Chief Calamaris, Deputy Chief, thank you. Captain Esposito, thank you very much for being here. Sorry to keep you so late.
Just want to thank them as well. And
Yeah,
I
we
think
appreciate.
we're all fortunate as town to have the kind of leadership the Fairfield Police Department has. So thank you all for coming.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you
And to
again.
Jessica too. She's a huge advantage to the department. Yeah.
All right, good night, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so our last budget of the evening. Last but certainly not least. All right, we have fire. And I don't have my, let's see, that's Department 4010. I did not write down the budget.
Page 132.
132, yeah.
132, thank you, guys. Okay, Chief McCarthy, thank you for being here. Sorry, I can't I'm looking at my little box on my screen. I can't see who's with you. I assume it's a deputy chief, but
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Deputy Chief Karen Dunn is.
all right. Sorry, Deputy Chief Dunn. Welcome. Thank you
How you
both
doing,
for being
Karen?
here, and
Thank you.
sorry to get such a late start. Thanks for taking us through this budget.
If I may provide a little bit of background on
Yeah,
the drivers.
Please, however you want to do it, hit the highlights, whatever background is necessary, and then we'll jump into Q&A and try not to keep you here too late. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for having us. The Fairfield Fire Department budget represents an investment in public safety and protection of quality of life in Fairfield. I want to note that our budget supports an amazing staff of 100 men and women who carry out the mission of the fire department, and their service is extraordinary every day. In this budget, the main drivers include settlement impact of the collective bargaining agreement, which resulted in significant increases in salaries and increases in staffing by adding 4 firefighters in our minimum manpower, which will increase from 23 firefighters on duty to 24 on duty. Additionally, the budget presented adds 8 lieutenant positions by promotion with no additional headcount. These officers will supervise our ladder and rescue trucks. Additional funding is requested for apparatus maintenance, additional funding for training, and funding for a staff vehicle and turnout gear in our capital budget. And I'll briefly review some of the significant challenge and headwinds for the Fairfield Fire Department. First, as you all recognize, there's been increase in mid-rise residential housing, which places a significant manpower demand on each response and increases time units are engaged and out of service. There's been a steady increase in calls for service, especially in EMS, which represents 66% of our entire 10,000 calls for service. There's increases in responses to assisted living facilities, response to large events at the university and especially off-campus events, which has received significant attention in the press, is a demand on the department, not only for staffing those, but in planning with the police department and the administration to be prepared for any eventuality. We recognize that as simultaneous calls for service, those are multiple calls that occur at the same time at different locations, stretch the ability for the department to respond, and it causes a lengthening in our response times. We anticipate in the coming year that OSHA, as they rewrite their standards with a specific focus on fire departments, will change the demands on the way that we train and prepare and equip our personnel. And we're anticipating those changes that will occur. OSHA is currently in a 90-day review process. Calls for service and assistance to medically fragile and aging populations of the community is a significant part of our response profile, but an important one to maintain independent living for a large section of our community. The onboarding requirements for new employees beyond basic recruit training will consume a lot of our training time and training dollars, as will training demands for new officers. Our location on Long Island Sound and with a number of rivers and streams that are impacted by increased flooding and weather emergencies is another area of our concern and does have an impact on our overtime costs as we staff up for those events. As I mentioned, apparatus maintenance budget, we have requested an increase because all of our systems in all of our vehicles in our fleet now have a technology component, making that far more expensive to repair and maintain. Inflation and escalation in cost for parts and services are a major contributor to that maintenance budget. And delivery delays in parts and equipment result in longer out-of-service times for our fleet. The cancer bill, which you have heard about, that was passed by the state legislature, will have an impact on equipment turnout gear, policies and procedures and training. And we welcome the protection that it provides for our personnel, but it does come with added burden on the department. And lastly, I-95, it should be, and I want to draw particular attention. I-95 represents one of the most hazardous environments we send our personnel to as a result of some near misses in the past year when one of our vehicles was involved in an accident while responding to another accident. It is an area that we're particularly concerned with, and it is part of the rationale behind the request for increased supervision on a rescue and ladder truck. With that, I will pause and discuss maybe the revenue, Madam Chairman.
Sure, thank you.
The revenue for the budget is derived from fees for our plan review and participation in the certificate of occupancy that we do with the building department. We have a fee structure of $5 per thousand of construction costs, up to $5 million, and $2.50 for every thousand after that. We have projected in this fiscal year $200,000 in revenue and have held that number into next year. The vagaries of the commercial construction and commercial development, and the challenges in timing make it very difficult to project more finely tuned or make more finely tuned projections. But we feel that $200,000 is a good target for us both this year and next.
Okay, so Chief, do you want to handle expenses just on a Q&A basis, or do you want to highlight anything in there?
Madam Chair, before we move off of onto expense, can we ask questions about the revenue?
Yeah, I just, okay, sure. Let's pause for revenue and then we'll go on. So Ms. Ruggiero, did you have a question?
Hi, thank you so much for being here. Quick question for you. On the fire marshal fees, I understand that it's hard to forecast. Can you give me, what are you at right now for 24?
$138,692.
And just comparing that, so that's through the third quarter, or basically year to date?
As of today.
As of today. And then where, if we looked at 23, when we looked at, and we landed at 345, where did we fall at the same period of time?
I don't know exactly, I didn't analyze that, but I think we had a lot of more projects at that time than we have currently.
Okay, so based on the run rate where you are right now, that's why you're taking it down to 200 when it's been over 3 for the last few years?
And the change has been the reduction of construction at both universities. Those were very large drivers over the past 4 years. And the revenue generated from a apartment building pales in comparison to some of the larger convocation center construction at Fairfield University, the hockey arena at Sacred Heart, as well as some dormitories, which yield a much higher revenue than an apartment building.
Okay, that makes total sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ruggiero. Other questions on revenue? Mr. Walsh?
Where are you tracking revenue right now, as we're about 3 months away from the end of the year?
I think the deputy just reported we're,
I'm sorry.
$138,000
$138,000. Okay, so you expect to get there or not by the end of the year?
There are several smaller projects that we're expecting the $20,000 range, and potential one mid-size. You know that there is development that's been proposed on Lower Black Rock Turnpike next to the Illicit Brewery. We're waiting to see where that comes in. And whether it comes in this year or just if it comes just over the line on July 1st, it'll be next year's. And that's the difficulty that we're having. That was full speed ahead, expected and projected for this fiscal year. And for other reasons beyond us, it got held up. There are other projects that are potentially coming online. Bronson Road is one that we're expecting. That was an 830G that's been held up for a number of years. That is likely to come again late this year, maybe early next year. We will be close, but I can't say for sure that we'll get to 200.
Okay, so there's a possibility then if some of those cross the border that you'll be making a bit more. How much more? Well, another 50,000 next year then? If the 200 that you're budgeting, plus if some of the projects go over, you would just make that money next year?
Yes. Yeah, and this is, this is not even a budget that we can use a 3-year average because peaks and valleys in the process. It is not offset by, like the building department, offset by some standard expectation from the residential construction. This is entirely commercial construction with no buffering of other revenue.
I have no further question on revenue. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Okay. Chief, I guess you'll take us through expenses. Can I just ask, as you do that, and so maybe you're going to walk through this anyway. The bottom line here is striking. Obviously, we're showing an 18% increase, but I just want to verify these are not really comparable numbers. Is that correct? I think in fiscal 24, I mean, Frank, maybe you can help us with this, but we had a significant amount, I think, of costs that was just reflected in the contingency budget versus in this department, and that's making this overall increase appear larger. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. Sorry, I'm trying to hold this page. I think a good page to look at and kind of understanding how that works is this page 6. It's, goes over the budget drivers and it shows salary and wages in the reserve for unsettled contracts. So,
Page 6 of the budget book, Frank?
Yeah. I think it's goes over the mechanics of what is happening in that, we had an unsettled contract. We accounted for the cost of the arbitration award in the contingency account. Now that the contract has been settled, we have a contract where we can base numbers on for our regular payroll. And so those numbers essentially come over from the contingency budget and into the regular payroll line. So that's where, to the chairwoman's point, it's not exactly comparable.
Okay, yeah, and I don't want to preempt the chief here, but if you could just maybe, Frank, do that calculation for us. I'm just interested in knowing what that what the actual increase is. If 24, if we had those, and I understand there are some staffing increases in here too, but if the payroll had been reflected in this column in 24, what would that comparison be? And I don't know if you can quickly calculate that while the chief takes us through the details. That might be helpful for everyone. Okay, sorry about that, Chief.
No, and you bring up a good point because typically as we build the budget, we are calculating the hours devoted to any one of our either all of our overtime lines. And because of the significant changes in salaries, those calculations were not as simple in the deputy and Frank have worked through a number of assumptions and building in significant wage increases that were not reflected in the previous year that build up to significant overall department budget increase.
Yeah, so they, I mean, it said differently, they were reflected last year. They were just reflected in a different area of the budget, I guess. So Frank will pull that together for us. But okay, thank you for that. Do you want to, which?
So the other
highlights, yeah.
So the other issue that I spoke earlier of maintenance and equipment, you know, we have a fiscal 24 budget of $273,000. We're requesting $290,000, which is a 6% increase. And this is reflective and I'm not sure if you're seeing the same in DPW, but when we send vehicles out for repair, the larger projects that we don't have the space or the technical ability to handle in-house, those costs have skyrocketed. It's way beyond inflation. These are escalation numbers that have caused us to you know, project in this fiscal year that we'll exceed budget. And this budget is proposed in order to stay current with our current experience in maintaining equipment. So not only sending equipment out is expensive, but the cost of parts and supplies have gone up with a similar degree of escalation. The other area that I draw your attention to is the training budget. We had requested support for training. The demands that were identified during our OSHA inspection, the new OSHA regulations, and the increased staffing for lieutenants on the rescue and the ladder truck will put significant demands on our training division. And we had requested support from the administration to increase training dollars to allow us to not only meet our current demands for training in the department, but to anticipate the costs to onboard new positions in the department. And lastly, let me just speak to the issue of the lieutenants on the rescue and the ladder truck. I think Mr. Walsh referred previously to or compared them to lieutenants in the police department. They are equivalent to a sergeant in the police department. And the rescue truck and the ladder truck is currently staffed with 3 firefighters on each. And they operate independently, as I referred to earlier, a number of times when there's simultaneous calls for service, they will respond to an incident. Either they arrive initially before others, or they, due to call loading, they will end up at a scene by themselves with no one of those 3 people in a supervisory role. And this was a request that I had made to the previous administration, and it had not been funded. And we are requesting it this year as an improvement in our ability to respond to emergencies, provide excellent service, and make good managerial supervisory decisions by those people to keep not only our own personnel safe, but to execute our mission in a safer manner.
Okay. Any other highlights, Chief, before we jump into Q&A?
I think that we can go to questions.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Questions from the board? Mr. Matola?
Thank you, Chief, for being here, and thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions. Let me just go in order. Let me just talk about the fire lieutenant staffing. So this was an issue that you requested this type of funding over last year's budget, and the previous administration just didn't give it to you. Is that what happened?
It was a couple of years ago. There was a number of issues. You remember we increased staffing in the fire marshal's office. I think in the year that,
Sure.
Our requests are not put in the formal budget requests. They're supplemental requests. And we did get funding for the fire marshal's position, but not these. And I think that that's how it played out under the previous administration.
Okay, and so that was a couple of years ago, and then last year's budget, you didn't include it. And then when you were, I guess, looking at this year's budget, I assume with the administration, the issue came up, and you feel that this is an appropriate thing to do for safety of the fire department and how to operate rescue and ladder trucks, so on and so forth. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, and it wasn't requested last year because we're in arbitration and we're already anticipating a increase in headcount that was going to be included, and it didn't seem appropriate to ask for any other headcount until the arbitration award was settled. And let me just point out that the cost of these positions is the delta between a firefighter position and a lieutenant's position. It's not a new headcount. So there is a delta of, Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, about $20,000 per position.
Okay, so this wasn't an issue that was part of the recent arbitration?
No, it's not.
Okay, and so previously, before the implementation of this, I guess, process, so rescue and ladder trucks would go out with just 3 firefighters, right?
Yes, and majority of the calls, they would be teaming up with other units that do have supervision.
Okay, but they could be on scene for a while without technically a commanding officer, is that correct?
Yeah, and when you think of the responsibility for a rescue or a ladder truck, we send them in to do rescue. The engine company under the supervision of the lieutenant will perform firefighting duties, putting water on the fire, holding it in check. The rescue or the ladder company is going inside that building without supervision on their own to do search and rescue, go up to the roof to do ventilation. And it is those high risk responsibilities that warrant a supervisor as part of that 3-man crew.
Yeah, I get that. When the trucks would go out with 3 firefighters, would one of them be designated as someone who was actually in control or command of that particular apparatus at the time?
Typically, the senior person in that crew would take the lead.
So did you ever get any grievances from the union with respect to someone claiming, hey, I'm operating as, for example, a lieutenant, and I'm not being paid accordingly? Did that ever come up?
No, it did not.
Okay, that's good. All right, so so this is about a $20,000 delta difference between what firefighter and lieutenant is being paid, correct?
That's correct.
You have, I take it there's a lieutenant promotional list, so these promotions can be made, correct?
Yes, we have 7 personnel that are on the promotional list. The 8th position, if this is funded, will be as a result of a new test.
Now, you've been in this business for a long time. I'm curious, is this the way you're going to do it now, if this budget goes through, Is that how most departments in this area do it, to your knowledge?
So it's typical that there would be an officer on departments our size and larger. When I was formerly a chief in Norwalk Fire
Norwalk,
Department.
right? Yeah.
When I was in Norwalk, I arrived and we had a rescue truck with 2 people on it. And I made a proposal that we increase staffing to 4 and that one of them becomes an officer. And the reason why was because of the extraordinary development that the city of Norwalk was experiencing. If you've been to Norwalk recently, you see West Avenue and East Avenue and the up at the northern end by the train station, the second train station, by the Merritt complex, as well as the Sono Collection Mall. The same kind of circumstances are what we're experiencing in the town of Fairfield. Maybe not the same volume, but certainly in the same direction with the development of multifamily homes where a crew will be deep into the building on their own without supervision unless we provide it. And this proposal would provide that level of supervision.
And we also had it in Yonkers where I was. Every fire engine, every unit had a lieutenant on.
Gotcha. Lost my train of thought for a second. So if I can understand what you're telling me, just to sum it up, this is something that you were thinking of doing a couple of years ago, but it wasn't, the past administration 2 years ago didn't want to do it for whatever reason. And it wasn't brought up again because you were in arbitration and you thought there would be an increase with respect to whatever the outcome of the arbitration came. And so that's the reason why up until this year, it hasn't really been brought up again. Is that fair to say?
Yep. 2 years ago or 3 years ago, another position was funded. We did get another position funded, which was a higher priority for me at the time. And I absolutely support that. We needed the additional fire inspector. And then once we got into negotiations and then ultimately arbitration, we did not pursue any additional staff with the anticipation there would be some, as I said earlier, at least 4 positions, because that was the town's offer in arbitration, is to increase headcount by 4. So we did not include it in the previous year.
What's the NFPA stand for again? National
Fire Protection Association.
Do they have standards similar to what you're proposing now? To that, I know. I guess my understanding is you don't have to follow those standards necessarily, but they're best practices. And do you know whether rescue and ladder trucks, their standards indicate that there should be a commanding officer on them, if you know?
So the standard speaks to 2 main issues: 1, response time, and 2, headcount staffing. And they focus on the number of people number of firefighters per piece, and the standard says 4. We have 3. They also talk about response time. Again, an issue, long-term need for the department is to address response time, and we'll continue to work in that direction. But their focus is primarily on headcount. Industry practice, as the deputy relayed, and my experience is that supervision, you don't send an unsupervised crew into a immediately dangerous to the life and health environment, a smoke-filled, superheated I-95 event. And they need the supervision to protect themselves, protect the town.
Okay, I thank you for answering other questions. I have other questions, but not on this topic, so I'll yield the floor right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mottola. See a bunch of hands here. How about Mr. Walsh? Do you have your hand up? I can't tell. No?
No, I'm going to wait. I see so many hands. I want to see whether everybody asks my questions. I have so many questions, so I'll just see whether everybody else answers them.
Okay, is that Mr. Penley at the end? We haven't heard from you much.
Yeah, thanks. You've tried to call me a few times, other people. Okay, so I just have a kind of a follow-up on what Mr. Matola was asking. And I assume you know what's best, so I don't take this question the wrong way. I assume you know the best way to set up your staff. So 3 people right now go out and they're not lieutenants. And they are, I think you mentioned, but one of them is sort of by default going to run the show, right? So help me understand the safety need here, because somebody is, when you're saying they lack supervision, somebody is supervising them. Because what's going to happen is you're going to just promote one of the people there, and all that's happening is that now this person's called lieutenant, but actually right now they are being supervised, right? Like there's not a safety thing happening right now. I think it's more just, is it more efficient if there's, let's say, somebody in authority or in control?
So I think that, given how we staff our vehicles, there are occasions where the 3 people on the rescue truck have a combined experience of 12 years. We have young, relatively inexperienced, but, trained, but, they have not been on the department as long, that are going out and going into these, and we're sending them into these environments that we know are incredibly dangerous. And to have, we boast of, the years of experience that we have on the department, and how important that those years of experience are to anticipate some of the challenges that, fires and accidents and medical calls will create. A firefighter with 3 years on does not have, or 4 years on, does not have that level of experience. If we hire and promote a lieutenant, we're taking somebody who has more years on the job, more experience, more training, and giving them the responsibility to make sure that they are making the appropriate decision. So it is somebody is doing the job now, but in my opinion, it's not safe for them. It's not safe for the town of Fairfield.
So this would be getting on, as part of the new hires, would be hiring someone at the lieutenant level. An additional.
You would be promoting from existing staff, because there's no new headcount involved in this request.
But as they go out now, couldn't you send them out in a way that they'd have that senior person mixed in with the younger guys, or is that not?
You mean accomplish the same thing without a promotion?
Yeah.
There will be, we're pulling from the same pool. Yes, we're pulling from the same pool. But I think that it is a good management practice to give the responsibility and the expectation to people who are assigned and compensated for the roles that we're asking them to perform. There is no
absolutely
difference.
agree. Absolutely agree.
If Bill and I are, he's on the engine and I'm on the ladder truck, he's a lieutenant. He's making management decisions for that crew and the department. I'm a firefighter on the rescue truck. I'm doing the same thing. There is some inequity in there.
Absolutely, and totally think people need to be paid for the job they're doing. I see just trying to parse out the idea that there's a, as it is now, a safety issue with them not being supervised. And I think I'm what you're saying. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Penley. Let's see, is that Mr. Testani Harm or Ms. Ruggiero?
Hi, thank you. So there's no contractual obligation to have a lieutenant on the trucks right now, correct? This is an ask, not a contractual obligation.
There is no contractual obligation.
Okay. And this change, when we look at the head count page, it looks like we're going from 21 fire lieutenants to 29 for an increase of $1.1 million. Is that how much this ask is going to cost, or is there a benefit? Like, what is the total cost to doing this?
So the estimate from Frank is the delta is $20,000 per head times 8 would be $160,000. So we're adding 8 new lieutenants on top of the 21. Yes, so you're correct. It's going from 21 to 29 with a total budget cost of $160,000.
I'm sorry.
I'm not following.
Can I just, Ms. Ruggiero, sorry to jump in. So I think part of the issue that you're getting to is what we talked about before, where we don't have comparative year-to-year numbers here, because the 24 numbers don't have, well, there's two things, right? The 24 numbers are understated because all these salaries, so a bunch of salary associated with those was not in the 24 budget because it was sitting in the contingency account. That's one thing. And I think the other thing, because I looked at the same thing you did, that the 21 to 29 is a flip between some categories here. So I think that maybe the right way to look at this is the bottom line of the change in payroll. And then further to that, I think we need Frank to tell us what the actual change in the bottom line is. If we were to include the contingency numbers in last year. So I don't know if that helps or not, but I think this schedule is tough to look at because it's just not apples to apples is part of our problem here.
The bottom, Madam Chair, I did calculate that, and the bottom line increase when you account for what we had in contingency for the fire is a 6.5% increase.
Okay, and that's to the whole budget.
To the whole budget, yes.
To the whole budget. So
That doesn't answer my question.
And I agree. I just think it's part of, all I was trying to point out was that I think this schedule that we're all looking at and that, yes, the question about is not apples to apples. That's all.
So I'm going to get back to my question if I can. I'm looking at this and I see that there's an increase of $1.1 million because we're going from 21 lieutenants to 29, which you're saying is promotions in-house to do this change. That's an ask. So why is it not reasonable to assume the increase is $1.1 million?
Because last year, when I did the budget, I wasn't accounting, the numbers were essentially stale by 3 years because I was going based off of their I think their contract expired June of 2021. So so if you forget about the 8 new lieutenants and just look at the 21, the numbers still would have grown exponentially because I'm reflecting 3 years of contractual increases all in 1 year. Plus.
Okay.
So that's in the lieutenant line.
If you could just, I guess I would like to understand what the actual increase is with this ask, and that's a very important thing because if we're going to agree to this, I would like to know what the real number is. And when I look at this, I would assume it's 1.1 plus benefits and everything else, but it sounds like that's grossly overstated and you're saying it's like 160 grand versus 1.1 comp plus whatever 40% benefit rider. So can we get the real number?
The real number that's related to these lieutenants is like around, Chief said 160. I think it's closer to 176,000.
So the annual increase to the town, to the taxpayers for this ask you're telling us is only $170,000 for the full year.
For the year that we're discussing in the budget, that is correct. Yeah. For the budgeted year. Yes.
I just want to make sure I think you know this, but when you're negotiating a contract, and if it's outstanding for a long time, but when you're negotiating it, you don't put increases into the payroll line, right? It goes into contingency. So all this built up in contingency, and once the contract was negotiated, those increases flip over into the payroll line. But it is about 160,000. It's the differential between the firefighter and the lieutenant position.
Okay.
Frank, maybe what you could also do to address this, and thank you for doing the impact on the total budget. But I think you know, to Ms. Ruggiero's point, she's looking at the fire lieutenant line. I think you probably have to combine the firefighter and the fire lieutenant line because, you know, we've got 4 positions coming out of the firefighter line that are going into the fire lieutenant line. So we have a net increase. You know, it's just tough to look at these because they are incomparable. So whatever you can do to help clarify the actual cost of these, I think would be helpful because it does appear to be something that it's not.
I understand the ask and, you know, what the request is and, you know, the benefits to having that. I guess I just want to make sure because the budget is going up so much that that additional ask is about 160 for the year versus millions of dollars, because I'm going to get a lot of questions about this. So I want to know what the real numbers are because I have people asking questions and I just want to make sure that I can speak intelligently to the numbers. And right now I'm not capable of doing that.
That number also includes some overtime because I accounted for, you know, the people that get promoted are going to earn a higher overtime rate. But, you know, I think it was mentioned, it's just the fact that, you know, you're going to get a firefighter from the top step, he's going to move over to a lieutenant grade. And the difference between a step 1 lieutenant grade and a top step firefighter is that's what the difference is. That's what's calculated plus the overtime impacts of that. So that would be, and I'm happy to, you know, speak offline because you know, if there's other questions for you to get more comfortable with it.
Maybe at our follow-up meeting next week, we could just, if you could put something together to show what that true impact is of the 160, just because I want to just make sure if we're going to debate or be asked not to do that when it makes sense. It's only, I use quotes around that, but it's 160 versus what appears to be over $1 million. So I just want to be very careful with the numbers. Thank you.
Great. And also, and just, I think, Frank, the number you gave us before, what was it, 6.35%?
6.5, 6.55.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, again, the book shows 18, so the book shows triple the rate of increase than actually is, just because of this phenomenon of how we have accounted for the salary increases in prior years. So I just think that's really helpful. It doesn't, you know, it's just hard to understand the line items on the surface. You know, the other line items we can do comparisons of, whether it's training or capital outlay or postage or whatever the heck it is. But you know, the payroll numbers, both in the budget line items and in the personnel summary, just the increases are vastly overstated. And I think everyone's going to have a hard time understanding that. So that'll be helpful for maybe Tuesday. So thank you, Amy. And yeah, I agree. We need follow-up on this. So thank you.
Just to remind people, page 17, you can see the decrease of 1.1 million in contingency, which is a combination of different things. But
yeah, thank you. All right. Other questions on this? Mr. Testani.
Yeah. Hey, Chief and Deputy Chief, thanks guys for coming. Just have a couple questions. I'm going to talk about this. Line item 57000, right? Was 74,000. Went up.
Jack, are you speaking in the microphone?
Sorry.
Okay.
If that wasn't clear.
I don't know about the public. I didn't hear anything of what you just said. Maybe just.
I'm
repeat it.
sorry. All I was trying to do, Lori, was compare the fiscal year 21 actual of capital outlay 57,000 to this year's budget, which is an increase of, in essence, 71%. Again, I read through the requested items. It's sort of, I don't quite understand it. when you look at the fiscal year actuals from even the highest year, which was last year, fiscal year actual was 206,159. It's gone up in essence, 100,000 from that fiscal year actual, even though the budget looks like it was understated, the fiscal year 24 budget. So, I've read through the items. I'm just trying to figure out where. Let me ask you this, Chief and Deputy Chief, if you had to economize out of this list, what would it be? I mean, it's, I understand, again, I read through every one, but it's a little out of whack compared to some of the other years.
I think that the reason why fiscal year 21 went down is we had put in for a vehicle and it was deleted. So, it would have been a little higher and a little more in line with what you've seen from fiscal year 19 was 130,000, 20 was 115,000. That would have been 74 plus whatever a vehicle was in fiscal year 21. Then fiscal year 22, we were 120,000. So it is driven by equipment that we need. And in some years, we've gotten grants, which we were able to, in one of those years, get grants for cardiac compression devices and AEDs. And so that we didn't have to put in, like as in this, you'll see that we put in for a cardiac compression device, which is $18,000. So things like that did affect our asks, in the previous years.
Right. Okay. No, I understand. But let's go back. Let me ask you this. Fiscal year 24 budget, right? 180,000. Okay. So that was understated, or is this year's budget overstated by 200,000 or 150,000?
Last year, we also had a vehicle deleted, which was taken and put into, I think was put in non-recurring.
Oh, we bonded something.
So right, Lori. Yeah, we bonded. So just to go back to my initial, so out of your capital outlay, speaking of vehicles, there's a staff vehicle for 65,000. So was that in part of the bond issuance in the past? Again, I'm just trying to figure out where.
Last year, that was ARPA money.
That was ARPA money last year.
So it didn't appear last year, so it shows a significant increase this year. And let me just draw your attention to the turnout gear request. As a result of our OSHA inspection, which we did very well in, one of the deficiencies was the requirement that we replace all turnout gear that exceeds 10 years since the date of manufacturer. Changed our replacement matrix. You remember years ago, we developed a replacement matrix for turnout gear replacement. It was under the assumption that we could inspect and keep older turnout gear in service beyond 10 years. OSHA will not allow that and ruled on that last spring, almost a year ago. And our request this year for $90,000 reflects our need to provide 2 sets of turnout gear at $4,500 to $5,000 a piece to every firefighter. And we have redone our replacement matrix to accommodate that.
I'm sorry, Chief, that was the 10-year you're saying?
Yeah,
that's item number 1.
The turnout gear, I got you. Okay. So out of these requests, if you had to eliminate, I don't know, get back to the fiscal year 24 budget, what would it be? Or close to that? I mean, a 71% increase is pretty significant, obviously.
Obviously, a staff car would be more vulnerable than any of the other equipment that we're providing to firefighters doing emergency work.
The 65,000 you're speaking of.
Yeah. So, but I would suggest that we take back your request and meet with the administration to make some decisions about any adjustments.
and you may have touched on this, Chief, so forgive me, or Deputy Chief, the 58110 line on training, was that the reflection 206, really 207% increase, 77,500 due to what exactly?
So this is an increase. So we are and have been underfunded historically for our training needs in the department. We struggle to, we do a significant amount of our training on duty. That is becoming increasingly difficult with the number of calls for service. It's very hard to dedicate personnel to sit in a classroom and then disrupt that training to respond to emergencies. And it's just not sustainable. And our request to the administration was to provide us the ability to provide more comprehensive training, both inside and outside the department, to keep our members proficient in the skills for the emergencies that we respond to.
Okay, it's certainly understandable. So when you look at the fiscal year 21 actual, according to the budget book here, 22, 23 off flat, fiscal year 24 budget 37.5. So even that was an increase of 17,500. So are you saying those other actual expenditures we weren't meeting the training needs in those 3 years? We went in essence without training, or very minimal? Is that what you're saying in those 3 years? Because again, to have $115,000 or $77,500 uptick in training in 1 year is pretty significant.
So the increase these training dollars, so the 37,000 is not the training dollars. That training budget supports the fire school, and this is a separate ask, and it was just added to that budget, and it's not reflective of previous year's actual firefighter training. That 37.5 is our contribution to the operation of the fire school.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a little confused with that, Chief. So the training line 58110, that 25,000 fiscal year 21 actual, 22, 23, all at 25,000, that was attributable to the fire training school. Is that right?
Yeah, that's our contribution to the overhead costs of operating the facility.
And would you say the same would be true for the 37,500?
That's
for
correct.
fiscal year 24 budget? Okay, so help me to understand. So the $115,000 request, is that not part of the fire training school? I'm struggling to understand the separation.
So the 37,000 remains our contribution to the fire school, and the balance will be for personnel training.
Okay.
Can I just, and not to cut you off, John, would part of that be because you're hiring 4 new firefighters and they have to go to the training academy? Is that part of that cost?
So there is training cost for the fire academy that is budgeted separately. This is to provide training for all of our personnel for all of the skill sets that we train for, separate from recruit training.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jack.
No, I just, that's fine, John. I appreciate it. I'm on like one track with this.
And Jack, can I?
Because, Lori, let me just finish.
Yeah, no, I want you to finish. I just thought that Chief, I thought you said before that this had to do with OSHA inspection demands. So I'm a little bit confused about, I mean, answer Jack's question, but I thought that's what you mentioned in your opening, so.
Yes,
Well, go ahead, Chief, sorry.
Yes, there are a number of training directives that come from whether it's OSHA, NFPA, our own independent evaluation of skill sets that we use to develop our training program, delivered not only by our training director, but also members of the department with specific skills and abilities to deliver training. They're certified. OSHA is a big part of it. Part of the OSHA mandate is an expectation that to any emergency that we respond to, personnel have to be specifically trained in that hazard mitigation. So if we respond to a flooding event or a river flooding and there's a person in the water, swift water training is required for every member who might be expected to respond to that. Think of the overwhelming burden of just that one specific example. A kid falls in the water in a fast-moving stream. We can't call somebody else. It's our personnel that have to provide that training, that rescue. Significant, in just that one example, significant training burden. Hazardous materials. You think of all of the chemicals that exist that travel up and down the highway that might be resident at a couple of facilities in town. We have to train our personnel for those specific demands. We are no longer able to do it as efficiently as we could before on duty, because of the demands of emergency calls that interrupt, daily training on a regular basis.
Yeah, no, and again, Chief, I'm not discounting the need for training, and I certainly understand everything you're saying. Perhaps this is more of a frank question. And perhaps we need to separate out the lines because going back to your original statement about why it was 25,000 actual fiscal year 21, 22, 23 because of the fire training school. So maybe maybe we need to create a separate line. So having said
Can we get
that,
the detail, Frank, to answer Jack's question and maybe provide that to the board?
exactly. Thank you, Lori. And having said that, I'd love to know what the true actual. So if the 25,000, right, was spent in fiscal year 21, 22, 23 for the fire training school, what was the fire department's actual training years meeting those OSHA requirements and everything you just summarized, Chief? That, number one. Number two, out of the 115,000 that's being requested this year, is there a way to separate out what training expenditure is what? So how much is the town spending on OSHA? How much is being spent? I think someone asked about the new personnel coming on board. To have $115,000 variance in one fiscal year is, from speaking for myself, I'd like more of an explanation.
Okay, so I think we should move on from this, given the hour, but I do agree. Maybe if you could provide, Frank, I'm sure you have the roll-up of that number in your files. If you can provide that in a supplement to the board, and then we can address any follow-up questions on the training item during our follow-up meeting. Can we move on with that?
Yeah, I mean, I could say what the roll-up is. It's 37.5 for the training school, and then 115 minus the 37.5 is, what the money that was intended to be for the training that the chief discovered. I think we're asking for detail of that other piece. To the extent there is, if you don't have it, maybe the chief can provide it, but I think we have to move on. I think we got a lot more questions, but.
Ms. Charlton, I have a question on this area. I have a right to ask questions on a specific area. I haven't asked any questions so far.
No, I'm not trying to discourage questions, Jim. I feel like we're not getting the answers, and what I'm asking for is if we can get the detail to answer these questions.
No, I have questions not having to do with the detail.
Okay.
Not to do the detail. I mean, one of the questions I have, Chief, is what I'm kind of surprised I'm hearing is that on your training line, in all the previous years, 21 through 24, that was all support for the fire training center.
Correct.
You didn't train our firefighters during that period of time? Nobody got trained during that period of time. Not one firefighter or anybody got trained in anything. And now OSHA has to come in and tell us we're supposed to supply training? I'm surprised by this.
You know, I'll step in on that. I mean, you could have taken it and it easily could have been put under educational membership. Some of it could have been split under fees and professional services. Now, I'm trying to answer. To some extent, if you want to, we'll build out the OSHA line. The OSHA line is actually going to probably be much more significant than the delta between the 115 and 37.5. This is a starting point based on some of the knowns with what's coming down the line with OSHA. It is the most significant increase, and if I have it right, approximately, is it 40 years in the OSHA firefighting standards? To some degree, some departments, it's going to wipe them off the map, quite frankly, due to this. So this is our starting point, knowing what's coming down the line. We place it in the training line to break it out and to start making it more clear what we're going to be addressing. We could have split it under a couple of different lines, had different percentages. We have a significant thing coming down the line, and so we put in our best estimate for the first year if this comes in full force for us. And we
Mr.
put it
Baker,
under training.
with all due respect, you have no clarity on what was in the educational and memberships lines. So don't say that when you have no idea what was in that line beforehand.
No, that we can absolutely get breakouts, because if you look at most of those lines have been stable over the years.
Okay, I would like the administration to produce from 21 on, every expense that was in the educational and membership line from then all the way to what's making up that number right now.
Yeah.
I want a complete breakdown on what it was spent on.
No problem. We'll
And
generate munis reports.
No, not the munis reports. I want to know what it was individually spent on. So get me the invoices, please. Thank you. And that's a formal request, Ms. Charlton.
Are we going to get some increased staffing in the department to address some of these? Because the volume of reports, now we can't do munis reports. You want all the invoices on top of that?
Yeah,
You want breakouts on top of all, I mean, to what
munis
detail?
report directs it on what code number it is. It doesn't say what it was spent on.
Right.
Hang on, Mr. Becker, does a munis report, would it provide us detail on the vendor and enable the board to see like the nature of these expenses?
I could, yeah, the invoices would be a lot, but the news report can give you a
Going
vendor.
back and pulling 5 years of invoices on this stuff, I'm not sure we can commit to that in time, and I know it's a lot of work,
All right.
so.
But I could get the
I think
vendors.
what Mr. Walsh is asking.
Get the vendors, and I will talk to the chief about it on our extra night. We'll come back, and this way I can go over that historical data with them and talk to him about what part of that is training. I'll tell you, I don't think it's any secret why this number's at 115,000. I mean, I've talked to 2 firefighters about this, why it's $115,000. It's at $115,000 because the police number's at $115,000. That's why it's at $115,000. You're shaking your head, yes, Mr. Baker. So that's the reason, right?
Well, I would have liked to have put it at 400,000, but that wasn't going to work. If
Okay,
you
so
want,
you
we'll
did match it.
We'll get you the estimate. We'll get you the estimates on the OSHA and the concerns on the OSHA training. Would you like to upfund this by a couple $100,000? Because we're probably going to end up there, but we're trying to come up with a phased approach. So yeah.
Well, the budget's already 18.2%. If the administration wants to do that, they should have done that. If you want $400,000.
Now, we're looking to try and do a phased approach on OSHA and do the best that we can to implement the largest increase in adjustments in the OSHA guidelines in, I have it right, it's 3 or 4 decades.
I would like to, Chief, you have that OSHA report as public knowledge?
It is currently, we have the proposed rule, which is in a 90-day review.
Which means what? Explain that to me.
That the proposed rule was issued mid-February, so it goes for public comment for 90 days. And depending on those comments and the significant pushback or adjustments that might be needed in the final rule, it may be delayed or it may be implemented as early as July 1st.
Okay, I'd like to see that OSHA report as is And I'd like to know what areas of training are going to address each individual item in that report and what it's not going to address.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so I think we have some clarity on what we want for the training line. All right, Mr. Walsh, do you have other questions?
Yes, I do.
All right, go for it.
Let's go back to the lieutenant situation. I didn't ask any questions. We moved all around, so I apologize about that. First of all, I was a little disappointed. You're adding, it's a whole new program, adding 8 new lieutenants. And the budget write-up for that is 2 sentences. Is there a reason for that? Why didn't you specify the amounts that it was going to cost? The reasoning, it's 2 sentences. The rest of, we have more stuff here on the goals and all sorts of stuff, but it's a budget driver for you guys, and it's just not spelled out. Why was that?
It's not really a budget driver, is it?
160,000 of new spending where we're changing, where we're adding to people's pay, 160,000, 8 lieutenants, where we're going from a 3-to-1 ratio.
So
to
it's
a
your
2-to-1
complaint
ratio.
that we didn't write it or that we didn't talk about it?
No.
We
that
just
you didn't-
talked about it for
No,
like
no,
an
no.
hour.
Why wasn't it highlighted in the book?
So now you know, I'm sorry, you want a write-up? I'll do a write-up.
Okay, why don't you do a write-up?
It'll be
Do the write-up.
I'll do the write-up of what the chief said
Okay.
for the last hour.
Excellent, Bill. Thank you. I appreciate that. So let's get back to this. In all the years to do this, knowing that we had just settled a contract, you decided to add more expense on to your salary lines by doing it this year. So you didn't want to do anything last year because we were in the midst of the doing the union negotiations, which I say arbitration worked out great for everybody. I know the firefighters love it. I know we loved it. So that's all great. I have no problem with that at all. I think it was a well-reasoned decision, and I think the COLA increases were perfect. So I have no problem with that at all. I have a problem with going to this 8 lieutenant model. Chief, tell me why. I've been here since you've been here, right? Every year. Never heard you make this a priority at all. You've never brought it up, not one time, that this is where you wanted to go in the future. Why?
Because there are other priorities that superseded this.
Okay. Which also surprised me. I think one of the second biggest surprises I found in your budget was you've been asking, almost begging us for another fire inspector, fire marshal person, explaining every year. I mean, and doing a really good job telling us why. We gave you one, right? The administration gave you one and we supported that decision. But you always said you wanted another one. And every year you came to this table, you weren't begging, but you were selling it hard. And instead of asking for that person, you immediately switch gears and go to this. So I need to know, I heard some of them, but I need to know all of the safety reasons. I heard people need to be supervised, correct? Anything else?
I'm going to jump in here. We have a fire commission. You're aware of that, right? I would imagine,
Bill,
I think.
Bill, I've been involved as long as you
Yeah,
have.
no, I know, but
I understand.
I want to suggest that you go listen to the last fire commission meeting where here's what they said. It's about, I mean, I'm paraphrasing. This is a long time coming. It's about time. We should have done this years ago. This finally gives some separation for the command structure. I mean, it's not coming out of, like, they've been talking about this for years.
Okay, can I go back to Assistant Chief? So Mr. Gerber raises a good point. Chief, you've been here all this time. Have we put our firefighters' safety at risk by not having a lieutenant on each of the apparatuses?
They also, I mean,
I'm not asking you, Bill. I'm asking a specific question. to
but
the
you're
chief.
not asking a budget question.
I
You're
am
ask-
asking.
You're trying to.
This is
gotcha-
all,
it's
this
a
is
gotcha
all
moment.
about the lieutenants.
Point of
the
order,
lieutenants.
Madam Chairman, this is
all about
gotcha.
the
This is
lieutenants.
a gotcha moment here.
This is all
This
about
is,
the
a
lieutenants.
lawyer trying to like depose somebody.
Okay.
Can we just move
This is about an
forward?
unexperienced first selectman not understanding what he's doing. Do I have the
Mr.
floor?
Walsh,
Do
I
I have
have
the floor,
to,
Ms.
Mr.
Charlton, or not?
Walsh, come on, listen, we're talking about a budget. No one, this
Yep.
isn't a murder trial. Let's be respectful. We're talking about numbers. People are trying to answer and give explanations. So the hostility, it doesn't
The
need to
chief
be.
already talked about this. So what this member is doing is questioning the chief's integrity.
No, I'm not. I'm asking him why, if it's so important for safety, why hasn't this been brought up during his tenure before?
Point of order, he said, in answer to my question, if you were listening, that he brought this issue up 2 years ago to the prior administration and they told him they didn't want to do it.
No. I actually was listening. So let me put it this way, Chief. I want to know when you made that request, because while I was here, I heard you, and I'm like, this is surprising because I've never heard the chief mention this in any budget hearing I've ever been at before. So I texted Selectman Subject, asking her whether you'd ever asked for it. She said you hadn't. She lied.
Really?
Yes.
Do you think she should be here so we can ask
She
her
can talk about it
questions?
anytime she wants.
Well, she never comes to our
John,
Board of
I'm asking
Finance
him the
meeting
question. I'm
anymore.
not asking you. Why are you guys all like, why can't I ask the chief questions? I don't even understand this. Why
Point
are
of
you
order,
all trying
Madam
to
Chair, can
Yes.
the board see the text exchange from Mr. Walsh and the former first
Listen,
selectman?
let's get back to the budget. I'm not sure what we're accomplishing here. I think the board has the right, Mr. Walsh, you have the right, everyone has the right to question why this is necessary. If you don't think it's necessary, you're well within your rights to, make a motion on the night we vote on this budget to eliminate it. But I think we're going well beyond this. I mean, I think the chief tried to explain to us why he believes it's necessary. If we want to question his judgment, I think we're getting, I don't know where this is going. So I think we've got our answer of why he thinks it's necessary. He said he asked for it before. I'm going to take him at his word. Not everything comes to us. There's a lot of things that get asked for, rejected, and negotiated away before a budget ever gets on a piece of paper and gets to the Board of Selectmen. So this is a $160,000 item. I have to agree. I don't think it's a budget driver. It's $160,000. So, I'm not sure what else we want to, what else we want to understand here about this.
I have some questions. Do I still have the floor?
Yes, but let's get to the budget, Jim.
Okay. I am on the budget.
No,
want to know why.
I think you're not.
There's 4 men per apparatus, correct?
There's 3.
3? Okay. So there will now, under your methodology here, be 29 lieutenants and 60 firefighters, correct?
Correct.
How did it work before? How does it work currently? Because I don't understand. So right now we had 21 lieutenants.
So
how many were on a apparatus?
So each of the fire pumpers, and there's 5 pumpers, each of those pumpers are staffed with 3 personnel. One of those persons is a lieutenant. Also making up the daily roster is staffing on a rescue and a ladder truck, also with 3 persons. All 3 of them are firefighters currently.
Okay. All right. Frank, since you've been the budget director, have you ever heard a proposal that there be 8 people on 8 lieutenants added in any budget year that you've been here?
To be honest, I'd have to go, there are a lot of requests that get submitted in the first selectman's budget proposal, so I'd have to go back to those budget meetings and look at what they requested and see.
Okay, can you let us know and add it to the Google sheet?
Yeah, I can look, yep.
And just let us know what year and what it was?
Yes, yeah, I'll take a look. Is it just for this proposal, or do you want?
No, for adding 8 lieutenants, so that there'd be 1 per apparatus.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at what was submitted for prior years and get back to you.
If I may address the issue of previous requests for Selectwoman Kupchak. There are informal discussions in the conference room as we prepare the budget and what the budget priorities are for the department. And in those previous years, I advocated for a fire inspector and increased supervision. It never became part of a formal budget request in writing. It was part of that discussion, and approval was made to go forward with the fire inspector. I have continued to ask for a fire inspector and will continue to ask for fire inspectors because I think that that is also a priority for the Fairfield Fire Department.
I'd add NFPA 1710 has been a repeated point by the chiefs of the department, and NFPA 1710 section 5.2.2.2.2 reads, each company shall be led by an officer who shall be considered a part of the company. NFPA 1710 3.2.3, the definition of shall is, quote, indicates a mandatory requirement. We are currently, again, applying for SAFER grant funds. We intend to, working on getting federal dollars for some of the additional 4-person staffing at the companies that don't have 4-person staffing yet. Those are based upon the arbitration. We know that to be an $800,000 per apparatus charge. If we can't even pay for a roughly $176,000 charge to put the proper officers on these pieces that exist, I don't understand how the federal government is going to ever give us the $800,000 to add another body.
Is that a requirement for every fire department in the United States of America that we must do that?
And
that it's a requirement?
And if you
is
want,
it a requirement, David?
You either want to follow NFPA, or you want to be working towards following NFPA, or you don't.
Is it a requirement?
It's in the comment period.
As this department, well, that's under the OSHA side, but NFPA guidelines, when we buy fire trucks, we focus on having them comply with NFPA. Our department tries to operate as closely to NFPA as possible. It's been consistently moving in the right direction on 1710.
How many other fire departments follow what you're doing, what you want to do in this coming budget year?
I just point of order. I asked that question, Jim.
How many?
So departments, we looked at departments our size and larger for staffing as part of the arbitration process. And, you know, when you get to departments, New Haven, Bridgeport, Stratford, Stamford, New Haven, Norwalk, all have 4-person staffing, all have supervision on each piece. When you get to departments our size, East Hartford, Meriden, Danbury, they don't have 4-person staffing, but they do have supervision. And I can't say here whether every piece has supervision on each piece, but it's more customary, particularly with 3-person units.
Chief, real quick, when you say supervision, you're speaking of lieutenants?
That's correct.
And in some instances, even higher rank.
Chief, how many, what's your cell phone policy within your department?
So we issue cell phones to senior staff. So the deputy and I, 6 assistant chiefs, the fire marshal's division, the maintenance division have cell phones. And the rationale is those personnel are subject to recall for emergencies. And in addition to those, each fire apparatus, frontline fire apparatus, has a cell phone. And that's a shared resource assigned to the vehicle, not to a person.
Okay, can you just give me a list of the cell phones you have in the positions that have them, please?
Yes, I will. And let me just add preemptively, that we don't spend our training budget on meals.
Thank you.
I wanted to be ahead of you
Thanks
for
being-
one thing. I wanted to be
being
ahead.
proactive about that.
Yeah, I would
appreciate it.
caveat, when we send people to the fire academy, they are given a meal stipend for their evening dinner because they're residents there for Sunday night through Friday afternoon. But we don't spend training money on meals for meetings.
Okay. All the OT earnings that are in your budget, they all are, between 11 to 30%. And is that because of the new staffing levels that are required pursuant to the and the new contract that we have?
It's a combination of both of those impacts.
Okay, so those should come down to normal levels?
Yes,
Next-
yeah,
next- next year?
it will reflect the collective, it will reflect the wage increase, not a bump of the lag in wage increases from previous years.
And I will echo, I'm not going to go over it again. I also found the capital outlay line a bit dramatic at an increase of 80%. And I'm not saying you don't need it, and I'm not saying you don't need the turnout gear and stuff like that, but I mean, for a budgeting purpose, it seems like some of those things could have just been spread out a little bit more, including like $18,000 for small, I can't remember what you call them, small wares, basically, things like that, or maybe spread the scuba gear or the dry suits 4 and 4 or something like that. I think it was definitely aggressive by your department to have all these other huge expenses and have a 20%, basically a 20% increase in your budget or close to it, and not spread some of that stuff out. I just think that for budgeting purposes, it could have been done. And I'm not saying that you don't have to have the turnout gear if that's what OSHA says you have to have. But there were some other expenses I just thought were a little bit on the dramatic side. Same thing, I mean, with the training, I think it could have been worked in a little slower and been spread out a little bit more. Lines like, I know they're not large lines, Chief, but laundry and linen going up 21%. Is that what the contract is? I mean, we're signing a contract that's gone up 21% in a given year.
So we were just trying to keep up with actuals. Laundry and linen, the contracts are controlled by purchasing, I believe. But what laundry and linen is for our mechanics, the laundering of their work uniforms, which is contractual, and for the shop rags and things like that they use. And we're just trying to keep up with the actuals.
You're actually close to 23 actuals. I'm not sure why we reduced the budget. Maybe we didn't know at the time where we were running, but just pointing that out.
Your IT software line, is there new software we're getting, or are those just contractual increases with the companies we're currently using?
Yes, we are, we've gone to bid and still working through the issues of a new software for records management. Our records management system has sunsetted. We went out to bid last year, evaluated several vendors, and are anticipating those costs being absorbed into this budget for fiscal year 25.
Okay. And because on your current budget year to date, you're about $800,000 over on a $40,000 budget. Is that same thing? The prices are just higher?
Sorry, could you repeat that, sir?
Yes. So like on your current year to date budget, where we are today, you're $8,000 over on that line. What is the reason for that?
In which line? IT software?
Yep, IT software. Well, they call it, I mean, Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, they call it information technology, but was a $40,000 budget, which is what it says in the book on a line called IT software. That's the same line, correct?
No, we're showing a balance of $36,000.
And that's because we budgeted for our records management. We have not been able to complete the process.
Okay, so in this year's budget, what's information technology? And why isn't it in the current budget that we have before us tonight?
I'm not sure that I understand the question, Jim. I'm sorry.
Frank, you understand what I'm talking about, right?
What
Yes.
is the nature of the 47,000? What is that for exactly? Do you have a breakout of what that's for?
Yes, well, part of it is going to be for the records management software, which originally we budgeted for last year. We were not able to close the deal because we had to, we had to go through the process, and we've just finished a bid not too long ago. We haven't started with the implementation, so we haven't gotten any bills this year. But next year, from what we've seen with all the vendors coming back, the software is a lot more expensive than we thought. So that's why we're asking for 47.
So can I just clarify there? So typically, if we have something like that budgeted in a given year and we don't, for software implementation and we don't get around to it, we typically don't rebudget it for the following year. We would request a carryover of the current year's budget. So is that, if we were to carry over the money in the 24 budget for that item, would that take care of part of the 25 budget request? Or are you saying we'd still need the 25 budget request because the amount that you're estimating for that has gone up?
No, I'm sure that we could roll in some of that, but
okay.
What's
Yeah, maybe
concerning-
just let us know. I don't know if it's going to be a big dollar amount, but if to the extent because we had this last year, I think with HR or the year before, sometimes these projects don't happen and they get rebudgeted, but that if that money is available and hasn't been spent, it should be carried over to avoid rebudgeting it again next year. So there may be a small amount of savings there.
I guess what's concerning me is when I look at the year-to-date budget through today, online on object 53000, the same one that's in the budget book for IT software, it's just called for some reason on the year-to-date budget report, it's called information technology. It says that the budget last year was 40,000, which matches the budget before us today. But it says $47,989.84 has been spent, or at least, Frank, maybe it's been encumbered. So
Yeah, so I think the disconnect between the year-to-date budget and the numbers that Kieran has is he's looking at an actual, but there is a requisition in that the encumbrance is capturing for Carasoft, Chief, Carasoft Technology, and that's what so there's $45,000 encumbered, and it's for this Carasoft Technology
Is
Corporation.
that already purchased, Frank? You're saying it was encumbered?
It's encumbered. There's a requisition for a purchase order. And that's what that 45,000 is like I said, for a quote for this Carasoft software, which I think the deputy could speak more about.
okay, I'm sorry. I was just looking at the actual. So what we did is we've been working on this project, and we chose a vendor, but we've been working through with legal, so we have not been able to follow through yet. I did put it in a rec, which is actually sitting at my desk, so it's not really in this Munis report. It's not being reflected. It's showing that I've got $38,000 still in that account, but so that is sitting right there. And if we get the go ahead with this product, and then we will spend that money.
Okay, on your maintenance repair of equipment, it's an $80,000 budget for this year. You are saying it's going to be the exact same next year, but you're already over with a quarter to go by $9,000. Why is that? And should that budget be increased for this coming year?
So we did increase the budget for this year.
Doesn't say that it's increased. It says 24 budget was 80,000, budget 25, $80,000.
Okay, I think what the chief was talking about was the maintenance and repair of equipment, no, 54310. That's the one that we, wait, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
54310.
maintenance, repair, automotive. That's the one that we increased.
Okay, yeah, he explained that because prices outside of the repair group are so high because of inflation or something like that. So on this, what is maintenance repair of equipment? What is that to begin with?
So that's maintenance and repair of everything other than the rolling stock.
Okay. So like if you had a piece of equipment, it was a compressor, jaws of life.
Exactly.
Something else
Exactly.
like that.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So you're over $9,000. Is that going to be continuing? Should this budget be increased by $9,000, $10,000? Because you still got 3 months to go, 3.5 months to go.
Sure. I think that that's something we'll have to take back and take a look at to understand the drivers in this year's budget versus the expectations for next year.
All right.
If
Could you,
allow
when
us to
you
do that.
present your other stuff, can you just take a look at that?
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
And looking, just to try to help kind of, because there's a lot of backup that we need to follow up with, but just in looking at the current year budget, looks like there's an expense that looks like it's more one time. It's for remediation of PFAS.
Okay, so
That makes sense. So we eliminated all of the foam that contains PFAS from our fire apparatus. It was charged to this account, and it was somewhere in the area, what was the number, 40 grand? $30,000. We are going to be reimbursed by the state of Connecticut for that $30,000. So the number that's in the budget request for next year will
be
not
good.
have that spike. Will be good. Thank you.
Okay, because that's a one-time expense, correct? Okay, well, that makes
Yeah.
sense. So I'm glad we got through that.
So PFAS is a chemical, and I won't attempt to, is a carcinogen that appears in a lot of products. It is a known carcinogen, and it's most egregious in firefighting foam because that washes into waterways and then spreads into fish. That then get consumed, that we consume. So that's the reason why it was eliminated as a product that we use.
And Chief, I appreciate you jumping in and offering that thing on the travel and meetings line. But I have another question in regards to that line. Your line is kind of higher than most, if not everybody, for $8,000. Like what kind of can you just give me a quick synopsis of what you guys do? Because, 4 years ago in 2021, it was $37.44. And now, I know the actual in 23 popped up to 10,000 for some reason. And now I know it's been at 8. So can you just kind of give me a sense of what that's for?
So during the COVID years, we certainly didn't do any out-of-state travel. And so that would be a change. But how we use it is primarily for inspection trips for new apparatus. We recently sent the master mechanic and our marine officer to Watertown, New York for a couple of days to supervise and coordinate repairs to the fireboat. They go to apparatus manufacturer while a piece of equipment is being developed or manufactured to work out the fine details of equipment placement and ensure the quality of the work is up to our standards. That is primarily how it gets used. We do send some people to training out of this, and conferences, but those are few and far between. And in the past, we have used donations account to cover some of those seminar kind of experiences.
Okay. And I think I just have 2 more questions left. One is, if I look at your year-to-date budget for OT earnings injury relief, you have this current year, you have $185,000 budget. 186, and you've spent only 21,642.50. Is that budget potentially able to come down? Like, why is it a major gap there? Just because you just haven't had any injuries?
As you know, that
Yeah.
we've had good years and we've had
Yeah,
bad
okay.
years.
Yeah.
This is a good year as it relates to injury. We've been fortunate that there's not been significant loss of time due to line of duty injury. This is a challenging budget line to project. We use a typical rolling average and adjust it based on what is occurring at the current time. You know, if we have somebody that's out and expected to be out next year or for a portion of next year, we would adjust the 5-year average or 3-year average. It could come down, but you know, what we use, so this and sick leave, we use to offset each other. Essentially, hopefully we don't have a bad year in both categories. But as you'll see, this year we're having a bad year in sick and a good year in injury. And we use one to offset the other.
Okay, and my last question is to do with holiday pay, which is the same budget amount, $120,000 for 24 and 25. And currently on that line in the budget to date, you've only spent $4,248.50. So there's $127,261 left. Does that have to do with a timing issue at the end of the year? Because I remember I thought maybe one of the years we talked about that. So could you just explain that?
Correct. That payment is given at the end of the year, and it represents payment for unused holiday days that our firefighters get by their CBA.
Okay, so you expect that to be expended before the end of the year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It just seems odd that it's, I do remember talking about this one of the years, but it rang a bell, but thank you for refreshing my memory.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Curley, since it's your birthday, happy birthday. It's past midnight. You have the floor. Congratulations.
Thank you. Now you have me blushing. Thank you. Really quickly, I just want to go back to the IT software line, the $47,000 number, recognizing that there's $40,000 in the current year budget. You had talked about the records management software package that you have a requisition on your desk for. With roughly 3 months to go this year, it's very likely that will be executed. If that is the $47,000 exclusively for that, or if you do spend it this year, can we take that to zero?
No, at some point then next year, we're going to have to, you know, we're going to get that next bill.
Is it an annual fee or is it a one-time fee?
Correct, it's an annual fee.
So $47,000 is the expected price for the software for the fiscal year coming up?
Hopefully it's a little less than that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
We do take other IT things out if we need to buy monitors or things like that. We have David Kelly take it out of this account.
No, that's fine. I just wanted, I didn't realize that it was, I thought it was a one-time upfront fee. I didn't realize it was an annual licensing fee. Thank you.
Can you
Thank you,
go
Mr.
by
Curley.
Craig's
Yeah,
house later in
noticed
the
that
day
too.
and like ring the bell and go let the siren go for his birthday? You know, like the fire
In
truck.
about an hour, I'll
Like,
do that.
I do want
1 a.m.
to compliment Bob Smith, by the way, who did a phenomenal job. Lori, I don't know if you're aware of who he is within the fire department. He, in essence, is Santa. And he's phenomenal to talk to, great to deal with. Just want to compliment him.
Yes, he has
on
dedicated
the
himself
way
to the
he-
charitable foundation, and they
Yeah.
have done an
And I
extraordinary
think just as importantly, the way I saw firsthand how he deals with many Fairfield residents, it was quite impressive, I gotta say. And as is your leadership. So thank you both very much.
Can I just ask one big picture question? First of all, I sent around the 250-page Federal Register entry for the new fire brigade standard. So I hope you'll all study that in your spare time. But the bigger picture question, and you don't even have to answer this tonight, just sort of throwing it out there. If you look at the towns in Connecticut that are between 60,000 and 65,000 population, like we are, Greenwich's 2025 proposed fire budget is 18.4 million, so a little more than ours. And their median household income is 185,000 to our like 145,000. West Hartford's at 15.4 million proposed, and their median household income is 20,000 lower than ours. Hamden is 16 million, so very close to what we're proposing to spend, and kind of a similar median household income. But then you get this big drop right down to towns like Bristol and Meriden. And that's really where the comparison is interesting, where, you know, they spend 10 million a year on fire services. And I'm wondering, like, do you know offhand, or could you, in a future meeting, comment on like, what do they give up? What do we get for the extra money? What do the wealthier towns get for the 7 or 8 million more we spend in a given year?
I said they show.
Yeah, and we've had, you know, it's very difficult to compare department to department, except in very general terms. Greenwich, for example, doesn't run EMS. We run 10,000 calls a year for service, calls for service. And 60% of those, 66% are EMS. Greenwich doesn't run an EMS department, EMS service. So they are less than half the number of calls that we respond to. So very different dynamic there. Bristol and Meriden, very depressed economically. And I haven't looked, because we've never compared ourselves to Bristol or Meriden, because they don't match the demographic of the town of Fairfield or the service delivery. I certainly can inquire to get a better understanding of the difference, because that's a market difference between our budget and a $10 million budget. I don't know what their staffing is in those two, but I know that Bristol is currently looking to add staffing, because I heard a presentation from the chief on that. And Meriden has a large volunteer fire department contingent, active volunteer, and I don't know whether Bristol does, but you know, those are the issues that don't come across in a budget that you would never see.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. Mr. Walsh?
I don't need the answer today. I don't want to hold the meeting up any longer, but when you come back to us at this other meeting, could you do a calculation? Because all the training that we're going to be doing obviously comes with an overtime cost, right, to the firemen, right? That's all overtime, correct? All that training? No,
not
Okay,
necessarily.
okay,
Not necessarily.
Could you do a calculation then on what part would be overtime and what part's going to be straight time missing work? Because when they attend these things, right, it's like going to work. So some of it might be straight time?
Some of it is
overtime.
while they're on duty, and some of it is
Okay.
on overtime, yes.
Just what the added cost, I'd just like to know what the added cost of training is. Thank you.
All right. Are we all set?
Yep.
Okay, all right, so we'll get those follow-up items from Frank. I just want to, board members, please make sure you're looking at the Google Sheet. If you don't see your question there, make sure you speak up, ask Frank. I'm not keeping the comprehensive set of notes, so if you're looking for something, I just want to make sure everybody has everything they need before we have our follow-up meeting. Chief McCarthy, thank you. Sorry to keep you so late.
Thank you. I was
Thanks, Chief.
just glad to be here for
Yeah.
Early's birthday.
Yeah.
All right, take care. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All right, second. Someone, Mr. Stark. All right. All in favor. Thank you, everyone. Good night.